Wario time! Ha ha ha! Alrighty. Oh wait, where the fuck am I? Okay, I don't know why my model is showing. Okay, there I am. There I am. I don't know why I was doing that, but let's see who's in chat. We got Dusty and we have Postnut. How are you guys? How are you guys? I tried not yapping too much today, because we got a lot more yapping to come for sure. Oh man, I am gonna send the link out now. I think it's gonna be a pretty fun show. We got a lot planned, and I'll explain what the title means too. I just gotta send it first. Okay, there we go. There we go. And probably gonna wait just a titch for people to arrive. But yeah, for the people who are here right now, how was your guys' days? I got a nice little drink right here. Tell you the truth, it's mostly rum. There's not a whole ton of lemonade in this. I thought I might have overcalculated a little. I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces from the Game Awards chat yesterday. Oh boy, I will say it's gonna wait a titch longer. But yeah, I assume you guys are doing all right. Yeah, the fucking Game Awards, man, they're a disappointment as always. So there's that. Hey Dusty. Let's see, busted ass at work, but I got commish. Well, that's nice. Whatever that is, commish. Wait, commissions? It's really fucking hot in here. Ooh, and I'm not talking about myself. Okay. I think we're gonna wait maybe 2 more minutes before we get started. Oh, of course. Of course. And something about Epstein just happened again. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Vice Regret just posted something. Oh no. Let's see. Fuck is that supposed to be? Bill Clinton. Bill Gates. Huh. I wonder. Okay. I think that's enough dilly-dallying, so to speak. I'm going to explain what tonight's stream is and what I mean by the title. So basically, throughout almost 100 episodes of the ScurvyRum Show, there have been... Okay, I don't know why my mouth isn't picking up. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it just... Okay, there we go. Throughout almost 100 episodes of the ScurvyRum Show, there have been a lot of segments, and I mean a lot of segments that I had to cut out for the sake of time. So I figured, now's a good time to revisit some topics that I wanted to revisit for a while, but maybe couldn't find enough material for a full show. And also some things I just found kind of roaming about the internet that related back to like an episode that it's like, oh, this would have been a great continuation if I did that episode today. Stuff like that, right? But there were also some segments throughout the 2 years of me doing this that I had to cut. So I figured, why not go over some of that, but also some current happenings at the same time. So I got a lot of YouTube videos here for us to watch, and also some posts on X to go over as well. I will say the posts on X are a bit more about the current events or whatnot that have been going on. So let's get started. So. Okay, oh yeah, I gotta move myself over. So one of the earlier episodes of the ScurvyRum Show was actually about nightclubs, because around the time that episode was made, I started going out to with my twin. I started going out to clubs with my twin brother and his friends, and and I think it was like I was like hungover from the night before, and I was just like, okay, so now that it's like, this is what clubbing is actually like, and it's just I'm just like, okay, I can see why. And then around the time, I just saw people make content about nightclubs and how they're dead, and it was a very, very good episode, I'd say, from the pre-VTuber era of the show. But here we have a I guess a long-awaited continuation of this. At least, it's from 8 days ago, but this is something that if I found out about it back then, I would have absolutely covered it. I don't go clubbing. It's dying for sure. Oh, so what's up, Nimrod? How are you? But I got a drink right here. Gonna take a sip of it. I hope the rum isn't gonna overpower this too much. Okay, it's not horrible. I was worried I poured a little too much rum into my drink here. But anyways, let's get started with nightclubs are a humiliation ritual.
Sounds like it should be fun on paper. And back in the day, before phones existed, I bet it was.
I'm actually going to speed this up just a titch for the sake of time. No disrespect to the creator.
Dancing, good music, girls everywhere, vibe that.
Yeah.
If you've been to a club anytime in the past, 5 years, you already know it's a humiliation ritual. And you guys know one of my main quest lines right now is to cut out as many humiliation rituals as I can out of my life. So I haven't been to the club.
Hey, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I encourage guys to, cut out as many humiliation rituals as possible. I know for me, I think moving back home was ultimately a good decision, because that I think going to the bars was starting to become a bit of a humiliation ritual. I think a lot of the charm that I had kind of faded, because I was very much a regular, and it did feel, it's like, okay, I feel like I'm not getting anywhere with this, and that did start to have a bit of an impact on my mental. So I think getting away from that kind of environment, and I think that allowed me to kind of reassess what it was, and it's just the 2 times I did go back to the bars I used to frequent. It's like I actually was able to have a lot more of a fun time with it, for sure.
In a while, they just don't make sense for me right now, but I used to go a lot. I grew up in New York, which is one of the nightlife capitals of the entire world, and
oh, wow.
When I was a little shit, I was attracted to these clubs. But since then, not only have I realized how bad they really are, but also that they're getting worse and worse. Back in the good old days, a club was a successful club because it was fun to go to, right? You go there, you dance, you meet new people, and I got to experience a little taste of this myself right before COVID. But today, clubs are different, and today they rely on 2 things: so social media and the gooner mindset. And for those of you who don't know,
bro, like the way that clubs get attention these days, it's like nobody's actually there to be there. Like when I was clubbing, like especially like last year on my birthday, I still remember this vividly. Like most people had turn up video. It's audible. But basically, And most people had their phones out. I was like one of the only. I was like one of the only few people that didn't have their phones out. Especially when you got up to like the higher levels of the club. It's like the higher you got, you had like the different music playing. You had like the white people pop music on the first floor. Then you had the Hispanic music on the second floor, and the black people music on the third floor. The higher you got, the more people had their phones out for some fucking reason. And I wonder if that did somehow correlate with the ethnic demographics. I wonder. But still, I was, man, I kind of wish I wasn't hungover, kinda, for the previous day. And also tired from day drinking.
Know what a gooner is. I'm not going to explain that. But for the purpose of this video, let's just say it's someone who hasn't realized, chasing short-term gratification is not the move yet. We'll leave it at that. Without these two things, without social media, without this gooner mindset, these places would be lights out, right? So since COVID, clubs basically be.
The funny thing is about clubs, right? They, a lot, guys are going to these places less and less. Bars, clubs, all that. It's just like, and there's reasons why that's the case. One of those reasons being the fact that you could get a false accusation. That's why I used an alias for the longest time when I was going out. I stopped using that on Halloween because I was like, I'm never gonna meet these people again, so I have no reason to lie about my name anymore. And honestly, I think the actual conversations I had with people were, I thought they were a lot more fruitful. So, yeah, I guess I learned the lesson that being honest is actually a good thing. But most people, it's like, they don't want to have a false accusation to their name. Like, that's life destroying. And wouldn't you know, clubs, especially with how crowded they could get, if you're not using a fake name, well, things can happen, and you'd get a false accusation because maybe you might have bumped into somebody and your hand accidentally grazed, like your butt or something, while you were trying to get through, while you're trying to like break through the crowd or something, and well, bye to your life. Some people gossip too much. Spilling all the tea. Yep, gossiping is a sin, by the way, just to let you guys know. Gossiping is very much a sin. Because it creates a lot of havoc that doesn't need to happen. And it is women who gossip most of the time.
Became like sets for people to just flex on social media. This idea of exclusivity and, flexing that you're at a spot that's, not easy to get. Not only are you there, you're having fun. It's just all ridiculous. And it's what attracts a lot of people to these clubs, right? It's not about having fun anymore. It's about looking like you're having fun. And most of the time, you guys know, girls get in for free, right? But the guys, these are the guys that keep the lights on in these places. And most guys don't care about flexing on social media. They're there for the girls, let's be honest, right? And that's why I said the goon.
Yeah, they're there for the quantity of girls, not for the quality of girls. And especially if those guys are like pretty good looking, yeah, you know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. You guys watch enough Manosphere content to know what happens.
Mindset is a key piece of this equation because without it, the modern day nightclub system doesn't work. It's short-term gratification wrapped into one experience. You got everything you need. You got the women, you got the liquor, the music's blasting. Here's the thing though, it's a total mirage. Like the thirsty
it's entirely
dude who's
synthetic.
About to folk in the desert, he looks up and he sees like a fresh pond surrounded by palm trees and shit. That's like what happens when you walk into a nightclub now with these girls. I swear, it's like the perfect analogy because it's like, yes, they are very attractive and dressed to kill, like especially in New York. Oh my God. And sure, there's exceptions, but for the most part.
Well, yeah, but then you realize something. The girls who you're meeting don't actually look like that. They cake their faces with poisonous makeup. They do all sorts of other little visual tricks to cover up their imperfections. and then all of a sudden, I mean, there is the whole thing of like, oh, you get back to her place, and after a night on the prowl, you could say, you get back, you do the old in and out, and then the next morning she wakes up, you wake up next to a completely different person. That exists for a reason. It is a mirage. Like the person who you're talking to is a mirage. It's not who they actually are, because they look like another person, at least face wise. And that I guess biblically speaking, that is a form of deception.
These aren't,
because I know, like I know there have been saints, and I think even the church fathers have actually talked about like women putting on excessive makeup. Like, you're not supposed to wear makeup at divine liturgy. You're not supposed to.
your regular girls, right? Their interest in you is transactional, and if you're cool with
Bro,
that,
I agree,
and
Post
also
Nut.
have
I
a bunch of
agree.
money that you've been looking to light on fire, then you would love going to the club. I got a couple spots for you to go to, bro. But for me, man, especially in this economy, if you think I'm about to drop a rack on a $40 bottle of tequila to impress some girls that go to the club 3 times a week, you are bugging. And if she's impressed by that,
Oh yeah, the drinks are always overpriced. The reason why they're overpriced is so the place can, make a profit. I get it. Still, they're they're unreasonably overpriced. There's like a tier to this, right? You have like, your college bars, they do upcharge a little bit for drinks. Then you got your clubs, your rackety ass clubs. Those definitely upcharge for drinks. Then you got the nicer clubs, and it's just like, I remember going to one of those, and I was just like really $20 for my go-to drink, bro? And the size of the cup are fucking tiny. Like it's such a ripoff. Like, you go to places like that to get drunk, man. I would rather spend 160 on top of the top shelf of top shelf tequila. Yeah, that's an arm and a leg at a club right there, Dusty. You're better off spending, you'd be better off just getting the tequila at the liquor store for that cost.
she's not for me anyway. She's not Mrs. Walnuts. It's just it's already a bad match, you know? The whole put your name on a sign, the sparklers, everyone's phone comes out. It's all part of the ritual, right? And one of those rare things that I'm actually grateful that I can't afford. Nightclubs, you would think by definition, would be a social experience. But if you're going to one of these, general admission, you might as well stay your ass at home, because you will still have to spend $100 on a ticket, right? And then you have to wait in line for an hour. And then you finally get inside. It's okay, time to get a drink. You now need to spend $30 on each drink, squeezed into a sweaty dance floor like a bozo. It's like, good luck doing that. I just can't be doing that right now. You know, I can't be paying for that experience these days, man. I just owe it to myself not to do that. But the worst part is, club owners know that that experience is humiliating and that no dude wants to do that. And
yeah, the waiting, and this is something else I hated about I did hate about the bars. Is like, oh my goodness, the lines, and there would be some people for sure who were just like, I'm just minding my business, and there'd just be like some absolute assholes just trying to heckle me. Sometimes I did play along, but I always tried to stand up for myself. So there's at least that. I was not going to be humiliated by a bunch of drunk ass college students.
And so the only alternative would be to get at a table, you know, get table service. Because once you have a table, they'll treat you like a king. There's no line, no waiting for drinks. You know, you actually have space to breathe. You don't even need to approach these girls, because they'll just flock to you, because, you know, they get to take photos.
Yeah, it's a symbol of status. If you're able to get table service, that's a sign that you're able to like get, you make money. That's a green flag to the club chicks. But also, some old, I remember watching like a segment I think it was like Legion of Men was commentating over it. Um, it was really interesting. Just it's like you're never gonna be able to pull like the hottest chicks at the club, and because fun fact, the bar, the bars themselves, like chances, like those girls work at the bars. That's the thing. They work at the bars. You're not gonna be pulling them, but they're gonna do everything they can to try to for the club to extract as much money from you as possible. So again, you might even if you're like 10 out of 10 Giga Chad, they know exactly what they're doing. They're like for some reason they're able to resist Chad's charms, but then again, then again, not like he'd probably have an easier time not hitting up the bartenders or whatnot. They're not like I think Chad also knows like again, it's not just good looks, he's also kind of smart too. Like I don't know where people get this idea that like oh Giga Chad is just like a dumbass or whatnot. No, he's not. He's actually very smart. Being at the club, people are drunk and rude. It's just par for the course. Yep, that's also true.
At the table, they get the free drinks. That's the whole thing, right? The prices of these tables, though, are heinous. I don't know what other word to use besides heinous. I still get texts from one of these clubs, and usually I don't even look at them. But the other day I got one. It was like, Gunna is going to be at, I'm not going to say the name of the club. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I love Gunna. So just out of curiosity, I checked what the prices of tables look like these days. $10,000 for, like, the shitty one.
What the hell is this?
10K. 10K. For a shitty table at, like, a club. 10K. All because a rapper is there. And keep in mind, when I used to listen to rap, I did like Gunna too. But at the same time, I would not spend so much money just to meet the guy. I wouldn't really do that with any rapper.
$15,000 gets you a better one. $20,000 for the VIP table. I literally started laughing. These prices are insane for two reasons. The first being that there are guys out there willing to pay this money. The gooner mindset that I mentioned earlier. And secondly, and this is where the sleazy
anything for puss. That's how those guys think. Anything for puss.
Promoter comes into play. Promoters get paid by the club to bring bozos to their table. So instead of the bozo having to drop 20 bands on their own table, they can just drop $500 each and go to the promoter table. And the promoter, he's basically like the dealer of the nightclub experience. Now he's got the bottles. He has a bunch of girls that have been recruited off Instagram just sitting at the table. And this is
paid for by the club.
The supply, the drug, is the girls and the table. And it's free of cost to the promoter because girls on Instagram, they just want to have fun.
There's like a scene from Devilman Crybaby that I remember. I think it was like around, what is it, like episode 5? Yeah, when like the demon in Akira is just like, it needs to be sated. And Rio is just like, yeah, like literally just tell him, girls, booze, drugs, gambling, just do that shit. Yeah, they're, the places like that are just gonna, with the whole promoter system, they're just trying to sucker in a bunch of Akira Fudos.
Fun, and they just want to share their fun, and then their friends see that, so the promoters have tons of girls waiting to come to a table, right? And what he's selling is this experience, this whole process that I'm describing right now. I know it sounds ridiculous, and there's probably people listening to this like, what are you even rambling about? This is why modern day nightclub, nightlife,
it's real,
sucks, because it's a big performance, right? And at this point, I'm so removed from this lifestyle, but back in the day when I would go to clubs, I mean, first off, I never bought my own table because I'm, first off, not rich enough, or second off, not...
Yeah, it is. It's like paying thousands to meet your Oshi at a convention meetup. Yeah, basically. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be at an anime convention soon. Not kidding. I don't think I'd ever be invited to an anime convention to be to do a meet and greet. I'm too small and I'm also too edgy.
Stupid enough to do that. But I would go with a ton of people so we could split it like 10 ways. So it really wasn't that bad. I don't think you can even do that anymore. Or there'd be a rare occasion where, we did have this one promoter who was way cheaper. It was like not that bad. But again, this was a couple of years ago at this point. But you get in, you're at the table, at this, experience in quotes, right? You think that this is
It's
where
not really an
humiliation
experience.
would stop, right? This is where you would start having fun because now you're higher up on this food chain. You aren't with the bozos sweating on the dance floor, trying to squeeze to the bar to get a $50 drink. But you're wrong because it still isn't a fun experience. And again, the girls that you're with, attractive is like an understatement for these girls. Straight 10 out of 10s. But again, it's a mirage, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember.
Sorry, I
they
was
aren't
gonna.
really there
Looks like he finished
for you.
what I was gonna
They're
say.
there because you have a table or because some promoter promised them free drinks, free entry at the club that you're at, right? All over Instagram DMs. And now
I will say some of the best conversations I've had were with the female bartenders. Like when I was going out, and it was just like, hey, that's great. We had a nice, pleasant conversation. It's like that's great. Some of them were really cute, I'll tell you that much. And especially when they were not, working, Scurvy was pretty happy. I'll tell you that much. They know how to dress up, and the orange likes that.
Now they're sharing that on Instagram, and it's part of the reason that they're there. It's like a never-ending cycle that repeats and repeats, right? So you basically, if you're at a table, you basically paid to be surrounded by girls that are there for their Instagram stories and free tequila.
Best part of it is, even when like some other guys were trying to like get their attention, she was still eyes on me. That was funny. That was funny times, man. I remember I went to a club with this chick once and she ghosted me. Then she wanted me to give her a ride home later. I said, "Nah, I'm good." That's if a chick is trying to use you for whatever reason, you're not dating her, nothing like that. Just tell her no. You're gonna save yourself a bunch of time and a bunch of heartache too.
Tequila. And like, if that's not some loser shit, I don't know what is. And then, they wonder why the nightclub industry is dying, why nightlife is not fun anymore. And it's fully built around a mirage. It's fully built around dopamine maxing, just the thought of having a one-night stand, drinking, and, having a ton of money to just burn. And honestly, I get legitimately sad when I see
I wasn't the one thinking one night stand. I was actually hoping to try to land a date or two. I wasn't thinking. It was the chicks who wanted to do me. Could you? I didn't think. I've said this before, but I didn't think until I started going to those bars, man. I didn't think like women found me attractive. That's a different story when alcohol is in the picture, and also when you're an asshole to them. Now do you see why those bar and club girls don't make for good for good wives? I swear. Our whole dating dynamic is so incredibly fucked up. Now it's like now it's the women who are the really horny ones. Even though it never really was the case of like, oh, all guys are just dirty dogs. Actually, no, chivalry was a thing back in ye olden days. It's not anymore, and so it's like what I remember listening to a Synthetic Man highlight, where it's like, okay, how are the issue is hypergamy, like obviously because it's natural to women. It's like you can't you can't ban it. It's it's a natural behavior, but you could stifle it on the legal level. You could stifle it the best you can. Like how about we don't have no fault divorce? Stuff like that, which don't incentivize cheating in a relationship. And other such morality laws, Christian morality laws. How about we have a more religious population? Actually religious, not just like lukewarm in terms of faith. How about we have people that how about we have people that value more than just a quick nut?
see like a girl
And that
who's
goes for
my
both
age or
sexes.
younger at a club with a dude who's like 50 years old and looks like the Penguin. You know, it's just a bad look for all parties involved. It's like, why are you dancing to house music, buying shots, giving out shots to girls that could be your daughter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they think chivalry means men should let them walk all over them and not wear the pants. Like, when it comes to like chivalry, it's not meant to be humiliating. Though the way it is now, absolutely it is humiliating, because the woman who you're doing the act, like, you know, the chivalrous acts for is not worthy of that. If I'm being honest, most women these days are not worthy of being chivalrous towards. And I'm talking about single women here. They are not worthy of being chivalrous towards. And the whole point of chivalry is to show that you care for your woman. That's what that is. You're holding the door for her because she is a woman of proper moral character. She and you are alike in virtue, and she will reciprocate your chivalry. In the modern day, you're expected to be a fucking doormat. You can't ever have any sort of demand for the relationship from her. You can't expect anything from her. That's another way you could put it. What you're supposed to do, you got to be a good little simp. If she wants to open up the relationship, you have to let her open up the relationship. If she wants to do something utterly self-destructive, like the loving quote unquote thing to do, and in fucked up modernity standards, is to let her do it, and then don't leave her, and you gotta be a cuckold in today's society too. You gotta let her hang around guy friends, quote unquote guy friends, who only want her the moment she dumps your ass. And you see how this becomes a mess? Like, why should one be chivalrous toward that kind of woman?
And while we're on the Arkham, we're talking about the Penguin, who are these goons that they got working as bouncers at these clubs, man? I understand that, they have to deal with drunk people all the time, but man, some of these guys are nuts. Like, if you get on some of these bouncers' bad side, all your human rights go out of the window once you step into the club. Especially in New York, man. Like, I swear, I think they're getting these guys straight off of Rikers. Like, seriously, they will ask no questions before manhandling someone. I've seen it over and over and again. I've seen people get dragged, like, with one bouncer holding the arms, another bouncer holding the legs. I mean, talk about...
I can't really say much on the bouncers, but Lord have mercy on them. I think they're probably going through a lot in their life to kind of be in that position. Even though many of them are pretty strong, they have they got like a body or whatnot, or maybe they could be very overweight. A lot of bouncers are also overweight, so you have the issues that plague with being overweight as well, and it's kind of brutal. So it can be brutal.
Humiliation, dude. It never happened to me, thank God. But
be nice to the bouncers, okay? Be nice to the bouncers. Say thank you. And when you leave the club, tell the bouncer thank you. Tell the bouncer thank you, and have a good night, or God bless you. They actually really appreciate when you say God bless you. There are some I knew back in the day that get in fights a lot. Gotta be cold in that line of work. Yeah, that's also true too.
But I would have to go into hiding for like a year if they hog-tied my ass out of the club one night. You know what I mean? And it's like, wow, that guy paid for this experience that he's got going right now. But
if I was bigger, right, I'd probably make a great bouncer. Because even so, I would just be like, hey, I remember you. Yeah, no, you're not allowed in here. If you're gonna be back in here, you gotta say the Our Father. You gotta say the Our Father prayer if you want to get back in here, and you gotta say and then you gotta say the Nicene Creed. That's how I know you're not gonna be a shithead. And if you do that, then yeah, no more second chances.
For me, man, when I used to get to these clubs, where I threw whatever amount of money just to get in, I'd always be like, shit, like I really just spent X amount of money to get in here. So a lot of times, like, I wouldn't even be thinking about having fun. I'd just be like, I need to get my money's worth. You know, if it was cheaper, I think that this experience being so terrible and superficial, it wouldn't bother me as much as it does. But it's not, right? There's something that drains my soul when I have to pay money for something that makes me feel worse. Like, it's heartbreaking to me. And, you know, like I said, a lot of these girls, they're in there totally for free. So I almost see why they're there. Like, you know, if someone hit me and the bros up and was like, look, you know, come to this table, we're playing music, everything is free, you don't have to do anything but just pull up. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you catch me on a particular night, I'll be like, yeah, let's just go and check it out, guys. If it sucks, we can just leave. Not every weekend, obviously, but once in a blue moon, I could see why that would be appealing. It's free, right? But
Yeah, you're getting everything for free. I wish that I mean, actually no, I have gotten drinks for free before. I've also had girls buy me drinks too. Could you believe the inverse actually happens? You know, usually it's the guy who tries to buy drinks for the girl because you know, he's trying to get in her pants. Only time I've ever bought drinks for chicks is like if I accidentally spilled a drink of hers and I was like, okay, I'm gonna rectify this. I'll buy you a new drink. Sound good? That's the only time I ever got drinks for chicks. I don't do that kind of thing. But chicks did that with me. They thought that would work. No, Chica, that was not going to work. Actually, you only lowered your chances for me to not sleep with you. Actually, you'd only just be getting me more shit faced. And that's something else too. That's a reason why I didn't hook up with these chicks. I got so drunk I couldn't consent. Not like I was like yakking or anything, but I got drunk back in my prime.
even if it was free, like in some alternative universe, I would probably dread going anyway, just because like I know the deal already. I know how it works, right? You get in there, they put a bottle of hard liquor in front of you. They got a bunch of girls around. You start sipping.
I mean, hey, you know, in the words of Misato from, not Misato, I mean, Ritsuko from Evangelion, it's like, you know, it's nice to feel needed, even if it is just physically. Like, I do, it's nice being hugged by the opposite sex, ain't it?
Shots, you start giving out shots, you're taking shots. Everything is so loud that even if you wanted to have a conversation with someone,
Hey, that's why I always brought my own like headset with me.
you couldn't. You know, I swear, the fact that I used to convince myself that this was fun makes me legitimately laugh when I look back at it, because I was never having fun. Obviously, everyone's different, but if anything, for me, this whole thing would usually just give me anxiety. Like, I don't know if it's my personality or what, but
Yeah, it really is those bars I used to frequent that I would actually feel somewhat, that I don't feel anxiety in if I were to go back. I don't think I could really go to the places that my twin brother goes to anymore. Just not my kind of deal. It's kind of pricey and it's too loud for my liking. And I can't. And my brother would just annoy the shit out of me by saying, why'd you bring your headphones? Why'd you bring your headphones? And it's just like, well, there's a reason why I always brought my headphones with me to the bar. It's mainly because it's like I like listening to my own tunes. A lot of the songs at the bars are just not my jam. I wouldn't hook up with any of these chicks at the club anyways. They could have slept around and she's trying to put you in line. No thanks. Exactly. I knew exactly who these people were. It was the formation. It was the real formation of my pattern recognition abilities that I have today. I honestly gotta thank the Lord for not sleeping with any of the women who wanted to sleep with me. Virgin gang, baby.
it gives me like agita even thinking about it. And if you look around, no one's really having fun. Like, most of the girls got their phones out, they're recording. Most of the guys are looking around like for blood in the water, like, you know what I mean, like sharks. And it's like, what's the best case scenario here? You hook up with a girl, you don't even know her name. Like, when I was 21, I'd be like,
yeah, dude, that's exactly the point.
but you get older and you know how that feels, and all of a sudden it's like not objective number one.
Even so, even though I don't know how it feels to have sex, but it's like I know that it's like this is not the way to get to that end. That's I think that's something the Lord taught me, was like You know, this is not the way. This is not the way. You find a good woman, you marry her, and then you have fun. That's how that's supposed to work. So I'm trusting his wisdom. I'm trusting his wisdom on that.
One anymore, and because of that, it's like, wait, this.
And the
whole thing makes a
girls at
lot
the
less
clubs
sense.
are not gonna
Especially
be
when
my
the
wife.
glue that holds this whole entire thing together is alcohol. And again, what I was talking about just now was best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you wake up dazed, confused, and poorer than you were the day before. Like, bro, I've had some nightmare experiences. I'll never forget. You know, honestly, I've forgotten a lot of them, but I'll never forget waking up on my friend's couch, you know, same clothes on. My sneakers are still on from last night. I'm just in a total panic, still feeling super walky from the night before, and I don't have my phone. It was Sunday, and I remember I had to drive back to school. I had class the next day, but I don't have a phone. I'm like looking all under the couch in my pants. I'm like, I can't go back to school. I need to drive back there. I don't have directions. I don't have a phone. I just started freaking out, and I had to wait outside this club all day to see if it was even in there, and thank God it was. But I remember just like barely making it back to school Sunday night alive. And I was 21 at this point. I had already been going to clubs for a couple of years. Don't snitch on me. But I remember on that drive back, this was the first time I had this realization. I was like, yo, I paid for this experience. Like, this pain and suffering that I'm feeling right now costed me money. And I've had way too many of those experiences.
I guess for me, I didn't have anything like that. I never lost like my phone or anything like that. I just got tired of people trying to pick fights with me for no reason. Or like there's just some like mixed signals or something. I got really tired of that. And not like I want to hurt anyone, even though I know like martial arts. I don't want to hurt anyone, and it's just I'm tired. I got really tired of like someone for the most part. I remember the first few times like going to that place, like, and there's like some faggot trying to pick a fight with me. I got real sick of that shit when it happened. But I was just like, I got nothing else to do. There's nothing really else for me to do other than to go out on a Friday night. Or Saturday night. But still, it's just like, these cocky motherfuckers really think they could take me on in a fight. Yeah, dude, I have been roofied before. Absolutely, I've been roofied before. I've said that on stream. I have. Like, I have been roofied. I felt like shit the next day. It was like if I wasn't roofied, I probably, like, I don't think I would have been like that hungover. But I was, and I was like, oh, what the? I was just like, literally, I felt like, what the fuck? That did not feel good. Somebody roofied my water, funnily enough. That's what happened. Somebody roofied my water. I appreciate your old school use of the F word. Damn, yeah, that's no joke. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like knocked out or anything. I was able to make it back to my apartment. It's gonna take more than one roofie to knock me out. But still, I was just like, I was not feeling good. That's for sure. The next day, like, I have been hungover before, but it's like, usually I was like able to like, eat, and that would make me feel better, after I had dinner and then another drink in my system. That would make it the rumblings feel better. Not this time. I could not do anything at all. It took me a while to actually recover. So
experiences over the years, and I like I said, I can't remember some of them, and some of them I don't want to share on the internet. You know what I mean? But each time it's like I felt like I lost a piece of my soul. I'm not gonna say each time, but 90% of the time, I would go out to a club. It'd be like, that sucked. I feel less of a man than I did before. And shout out to my mom, because she really tried to warn me over and over as a kid that nothing good happens after midnight. And I just didn't listen. You know what I mean? But think about it. Think about what a nightclub is and what it's doing. You put a bunch of people in this tiny space and you load them up with booze. It's like, what do you think is going to happen? It's not going to be,
because alcohol lowers inhibition. And there's a reason why the phrase drunken courage exists. Thank you, Nimrod. Thank you. It's like, because yeah, when you're drinking, right? You do things that you wouldn't normally do. Shocker that bad things happen at a place like that. Before the advent of nightclubs, it's like, yeah, you did have people drink hard liquor. But it was a lot more controlled, a lot more intellectual. And you were also doing something like, playing chess or like doing something other than just fucking standing there and having no one else to talk to, but to talk to like some random chick. It's like, and she's in like skin tight clothing and really revealing things, and it's just like, what do you think was gonna happen? And like, what else do you think was gonna happen?
Sunday service. I've never once had a wholesome experience at a nightclub. I've seen people get knocked out for literally nothing, like for accidentally stepping on someone's shoes. I've seen a finger get cut off. I've seen bottles get thrown at people's domes.
Oh yeah, I've seen my fair share of violence. I've also seen my fair share of vomit. Not from me, from other people who was like, they got so drunk. Nothing ever got on me, but ugh. There's a cutoff point at some places, and if you pass out, they will carry you out. Yep.
Like, can you imagine paying $1,000 for a bottle of Casamigos just for someone to
headshot you
with it like an hour later? Like, you could have bought a round trip flight to Europe or something, and now look at you. And I want to be clear, I'm no Buddha now. It's not like I've ascended spiritually to a place where I'm above all of this. Like,
no, yeah, neither have I. Neither have I. I am a sinner at the end of the day. That's quite the common motto among Christians. We're all sinners, myself included. The best you could do, like if you want to do something immediately, if you're really worried about your salvation, I mean, start going to church, and two, like really think about your life. What are your habits? Like this, that, and the other, right? Really think about where your life is going.
Maybe in the future I will step foot in a club at some point. I don't want to be like, they should all be closed, even though low-key I think they should. For me, at least, it's important to not look back at anything that I've done with regret. Because when I was a kid, I just didn't listen to anybody. So it's like I almost
no, it's like I would say it's like it's okay to feel regret. It's like, yeah. Obviously I have regrets. I think we all do. Even though I'm an orange, I know y'all are humans, but us oranges, us citrus fruits, we also have the feeling of regret. I know I certainly have some. But it's like you could absolutely frame that to be like, that's a learning experience. Don't do what I did.
Had to have these experiences. I had to learn this the hard way, or else I just would have never learned it. And it's like the mistakes I made, all that shit, not to sound corny, but it's like I wouldn't be where I am today, and I'm happy with where I am today. So, it worked out. And I do think going out every once in a while is good. Like having a beer with the bros, taking a girl out for drinks, like that's good stuff, man. But for me,
it's also about where you take your, where you go with your bros and where you go with your date.
Going to a nightclub,
that matters too.
Spending a ton of money, staying out till 4 a.m, trying to justify what I spent. It just, I don't know. I feel like it just.
Man, when I got back from the bars, the things I'd post on Twitter. Truly hilarious. A lot of racism, that's for sure. Man, those posts of mine, those were legendary.
Prevents like any type of forward progress that I need to make in life. Consistent sleep, my morning routine, saving my money, not humiliating.
Yeah, I don't really do that now these days. Kind of glad I don't. Don't get me wrong. I still like to act like an edgelord online. It's just Yeah. I don't think it's exactly the healthiest thing in the world to stay up till 3 a.m. on Twitter.
Myself. These are all things that help me move forward, and these are all things that I would have to trade, to go out to one of these spots. And this is just me again. For me, it's personally not even close to being worth it, and I think a lot of people feel this way too. Like, if you look at the numbers, I don't think the nightclub business is exactly a business that you would want to get into right now.
Once I wouldn't recommend it.
Once I realized, okay, this is ass, I'm off.
Yeah, on the business end, many nightclubs are actually closing, believe it or not, because guys are starting to see through the charade.
This, I mean, it really took me a while, I'm not gonna lie. And, to this day, it's like, I'm not gonna stop going out and trying new things and experiences, but and become like antisocial, but I need to stop doing things that make me feel like shit. You know what I mean? And if things that make me feel like shit was a list, going to a club would be like basically at the top of that list. So it's all part of this bigger understanding of figuring out what chasing short-term gratification does to me after extended periods of time. Like, it's time for me and the bros to be building, not burning. And something I noticed too is, like, when I stopped using social media, you stop seeing this constant flexing and like posting of people out and about. And
even on my little circle of Twitter, right? I still, like, sometimes I get into that trap myself of like of comparison. I feel like I'm getting better about catching myself in that trap. It's like, because now it's like, if I feel like I'm going to be comparing myself to someone else in regards to their presence on social media, I'm just like, I think about like all the cool things that I've done so far, like all the cool people that I've collaborated with. This, that, and the other. I like to think about it. It's like, yeah, that's cool. I've also done a lot of cool and funny things too.
And that FOMO that these places thrive off, that they live off, just goes away. My FOMO has turned into like ROMO. You know what I mean? Like, relief of missing out. And I'm sure like clubs were a vibe in the 80s and the 90s, the early 2000s. I feel like pre-COVID, I got to see a little bit of that myself. Like, the vibes were just different. There was actual genuine fun to be had, and I remember that. I always picture like how sick clubs would have been in like the 60s, dude. Jazz clubs, the aura of...
Oh, yeah. Those are... I always wanted to go to a place like this. This would have been so fun. I fucking love jazz. I would love to have a nice cocktail. I'd be dressed up to, the nines in a Spurg way, like, and still be wearing a t-shirt or whatnot, but I'd wear like my nicer little jacket or whatnot, and I'd listen to some damn good jazz music. I'd love to go to a retro place like that.
Going to a jazz club, I actually can't imagine how awesome that probably was. But yeah, like, another thing about clubs,
and you actually got to meet people there too, like truly meet people.
You know what I mean? Like, the fact that people have 20 grand to blow on alcohol.
I probably would have met some half black, half white cutie with the same eye color I have. I would have been like, "Hey, cutie pie." I watched all of the Boondocks recently, so I had to pull out that line.
Alcohol in one night, and that every single
night. Oh wow, that's awesome, Nimrod.
It's like, the whole thing kind of grosses me out now, especially because like people are really struggling now more than ever. And in New York, especially, that struggle is right in my face when I'm walking around. Like, there's homeless people outside these same clubs that people are dropping hundreds of thousands of dollars at every single night, and they're begging for money in the cold. It's just like, I don't know. It's just like, my friend sent me this kid. He posted this receipt of paying 100 grand at Live in Miami, and it's just not a flex. It's like, to me, it's disgusting. Like, honestly, everyone's allowed to do whatever they want, spend their money however they want. Maybe if I was a billionaire, one night I'm bored, I'd be like, all right, let's go drop, freaking 50 bands at the club. I mean, I really don't think so.
Yeah, Scurvy's eye color is like blue, but it could change to green. Just thought I'd mention that too.
I would be traveling all the time. I'd be coast to coast. You would not be able to find me at a nightclub. I would be...
Yeah. I think we get the point of this video. It's pretty good. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it a like. It's actually pretty enlightening, just actually hearing somebody else have their own stories. It's not necessarily trying to paint like a wider point, but it's just like, I agree with the conclusion that he's reaching to. It's just like it is a humiliation ritual, in the sense that it's just like you're not actually going to really achieve anything. Like you're there, like you have to do too much to even try to have a good time. And when you look back on it when you're older, it's just like, oh, this fucking sucked, man. This fucking sucked. And then you do some research about how, like, you know, the old jazz clubs of back in the day. And it's like, man, what I would do to get into someplace like that. But anyways, I will be right back, and then we'll get on to our first Twitter segment of the night. You were talking about Twitter earlier, so, I mean, hey, why not? But I will be right back. Okie dokie, I am back. So, let's see. I'm just gonna check my Twitter notifications. Okay. Anyways, so I'm actually gonna deny my flesh a little bit. I'm gonna wait till I have my next drink. But I am gonna go over something really funny, and I'm gonna go over it in a very quickly. Kind of went over this on the live episode of the King's Council podcast. So I decided to respond to the Sylvie Spark faggot right here. I've been in arguments with him before. Basically, he was like, please ignore her. She's defending the Great Replacement Conspiracy Theory. She's defended the Great Replacement Conspiracy Theory in the past. So he kind of just don't acknowledge her much. And you know, this little guy, this little fella here, Sylvie Spark, he is rather infamous in the VTuber community for a few things. One, he's just a disingenuous piece of shit who can't argue for the life of him. And two, he harassed a disabled woman off the internet, basically. What a stand-up virtuous person. All because the disabled woman wasn't enough of a leftist. Yeah. And keep in mind, I don't exactly like Kitsunero either. She also, like, even though she's pretty pissed off about what's going on in her country, it's like she doesn't really want to acknowledge kind of the root cause of it all. And yes, she's also not exactly she blocked me because I told her that Muslims do not belong in Europe. So around the time of the whole VTard controversy, and this is around the time I was still friends with Akemi. I'm not anymore, but so let's actually watch the clip first.
Chet, let me tell you why Binted and other people are saying that she believes, like she openly believes in the Great Replacement theory, which is a white supremacist theory.
Oh yeah, in case you're wondering, Kitsu is German.
Basically, the theory is that the government is actively shipping in people from the East to replace white people.
Oh yeah, now I remember a bit more clearly as to why she blocked me. She had a problem with me saying that the Muslims being imported were the criminals, and that they don't belong in Europe. Yeah, that's what happened.
Now, the reason why people are saying she believes in this one is because she said the government is assisting those people in replacing people.
Correct.
But is it not a matter of fact, especially here for me, example, in Germany, is it not?
So, okay, gonna back this up a little bit. So, yeah, it is not a theory, Dusty, and that's actually what I'm gonna go off on this. It's like, so what's happening? The white birth rate across the Western world is declining. That is a fact. The rulers of these Western nations know this. They know that people are not having kids. Therefore, the boomers who run these companies and the Jews that run these companies and run the government, they're not happy about that. They think it's like, oh shit. It's the consequence of our policies that we've been pushing for decades, basically a century, mind you, for a century with all the feminist nonsense. It's like, oh shit. Our beliefs actually have ramifications on the greater population. And keep in mind, they're only pretending to care about this. Because they actually think it's again, these people despise Whitey, and they're going to do everything they can to get Whitey out of the picture, so they could be the dominant force in the world. That's all they want. That's all the Jews want, is to be the dominant force of the world. And they're basically trying to do all this via soft power, and in some cases hard power. But they see this, they have a solution, and that solution is to import the third world. Because I think they do know that these people are dumb as shit. And these people, they don't care if they assimilate. They don't care. Actually, it's beneficial that they don't assimilate, because if they do assimilate, they'll realize, why the fuck am I doing this? Things are actually better back in my home country, even though there's all like gang problems and shit. I'm speaking largely in terms of the American part of this issue. In regards to what's happening in Europe, they don't even have an incentive for the dysgenic Muslims to work. They don't. Europe, they don't even want these people to be put to work. They're not gonna work. The Muslims in Europe are just, they're acting like invaders. That's what's going on. And the government is more than happy to subside for them as they, and keep in mind, many of these people also marry their cousins and have kids with their first cousins. So they're just drains on the system. They're just drains on the tax system. That's what's going on here. It's a money funneling scheme. But also, in regards to Europe, what was I saying? Oh yeah. They don't get, like, in regards to replacing the population. Yeah. In Europe, Whitey especially does not want to breed for some fucking reason. reasons I've gone over in in prior episodes of the show. But it's like that's even more opportune for the elites with 3 parentheticals around that phrase, the elites. But not every person in these countries are happy about the demise of their ethnic group, of their racial group. Not everyone is happy about that. And they they see the writing on the wall, and they're just trying to replace them. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to replace them. Just another form of destruction of a once great country. That's what's going on. Let's continue the clip.
For the matter of fact that we got illegals in the country that are allowed to stay although they got denied asylum. Multiple times even. And with that, the government is in fact assisting it.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, by letting these people stay in the country, they are assisting them in it.
Correct.
Do you want to know something crazy?
If you think about it, originally, if you guys remember the Syrian refugee crisis from way back in the day, like almost like a decade ago, the people that were coming over from Syria, they were primarily families. It wasn't fighting aged young men. It was families who were going there for refugee status, so they could actually be a refugee. Some of those families they actually were able to make a life for themselves over in their new countries that they were residents of. They knew don't cause any trouble, don't be pieces of shit. You are representing your country, so behave yourselves. But then the Jews in charge of the EU and these European countries were basically just like, oh yeah, let's just import a bunch of these people over under the guise of they're poor helpless refugees. Oh, hi, Okairo, what's up? I'm just kind of rambling right now. It's like, oh, they're poor helpless refugees, but it's like, no, they're not. They're fighting age young men. They throw away their passports in the Red Sea, and I was like, oh, and they're like, oh, oi, where's your passport? No, I lost it in the oh, I lost my passport. It got destroyed, and they actually buy that. Or it's like, no, what happens is that these people the people on the boats, they throw away their passports in the Red Sea. That's what happens. And keep in mind, there's all sorts of networks on social media that these people use to try to oh yeah, that's another excuse too, Okairo. You just wrote down another. They have all sorts of excuses that they have, and these governments buy it. They're not enforcing shit. They want this to happen. They are trying to replace the native population. So it's not a conspiracy because it's actually happening. I know, I kind of rambled my way to the conclusion, but what do you think would happen over a decade of unfettered immigration in various European countries? What do you think was going to happen?
For a few years now.
Almost a decade,
the most
Kitsu.
popular baby
Especially
name
for your name,
in
for your country.
Berlin has been Mohammed.
Yeah.
Let that sink in. Let that fucking sink in. And
yet, Kitsu, for you, I'm gonna be an asshole to you for a moment. And yet, even though you're complaining about the replacement of your people, you still think they should have a place in Europe. No, they shouldn't. They should not. Germany is a Christian country. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the Protestant nonsense or something that Germany has decided to, chug down like liquor. Maybe that's why. But this would do you know how the Greeks feel about all this? Like just the unfettered immigration happening in their country that unfortunately they can't really do anything about. Do you know how they feel? They're pissed off. They are really pissed off. Same thing with a lot of other Orthodox Christian nations. They do not want these people here. It's like, okay, you were here for a while, fuck off, but nope, that can't happen. They're part of the European Union. If we go by what B says, they're seething. Yeah, B is absolutely correct, because a lot of the people that go to my church, they are from Greece, or they're from Cyprus. And wouldn't you know, they do not like the fact that there's a bunch of illegal Muslims in their country.
You want to say that the white culture, right? That a German culture is not being replaced?
Oh my Kitsu, just say white people. It's not a cultural thing, it's a race thing. White people are being replaced in countries that are theirs. This has been happening in America, South Africa, Germany, England, France, Spain, Eladas, Greece, a lot of places, anywhere that the European Union has control. It's been happening for a while. But let's see. So I replied with Sylvie. But that's racist, Scurvy. She can't say that. She's a woman. Her filter silences that. Yeah, and then also the fact that, Kitsu's not exactly white. She's like yours truly in that regard. She has some, I think she has some Middle Eastern roots in her too. Like me, I'm part Iranian. And I also have I do, and because I'm part Iranian, I also have some actual Semite in my blood. And then I'm also, unfortunately, part Ashkenazi. But yeah, Kitsu also has some Middle Eastern in her blood too, just to let you guys know. But I replied to Sylvie here, Sylvie the faggot. Sylvie, Kitsu is not wrong here. My only issue with this take is that she doesn't provide a solution. I got blocked by her for saying what that solution should be. Mass deportations. In addition to saying that Muslims do not belong in Europe. I cannot stand demoralized, self-hating white people like yourself, and I agree. So one of my chronic haters decided to comment, it's a debunked conspiracy theory without providing any source as to how it's debunked. I'm part Native American, but I don't go batting for that team at all. Gotcha. So Sylvie decided to try to test me, and he wrote, she's absolutely wrong because she's trying to apply Islamic naming conventions under a Christian Western naming convention context. In Islamic culture, the first name someone is given is more of an aspiration. Hence why names like Muhammad, which means greatness, is so common. If Muhammad means greatness, I don't want to know what that greatness is. What is it? Is it like marrying and raping children? Is that what greatness means to you? Yeah, I see what Kitsu said flew right over his head. Yeah, and notice. So here is something that I've noticed about Sylvie. He loves to absolutely hyperfixate on one specific part of what somebody says. Sorry, I gotta take a sip of water here. And then just only talks about that and nothing else about the take. Along with that study in question counted all the different ways of spelling the name as one. It's the same fucking name. Sophia and Sophia, those two spellings, it means the same fucking thing. Sophia, if you don't know what the Greek word Sophia means, It means wisdom, and it could be spelled Sophia or Sophia. Either way, the name still has the same meaning in Greek. Doesn't matter if it's it doesn't matter. The name Muhammad in Arabic means greatness. Doesn't matter how it's spelled in English. And he's like, y'all are so paranoid and racist that you'd rather lash out and believe in insane conspiracy theories instead of bother to learn about another person's culture. It's ignorance on full display. And then I literally told Sylvie, tell me you know nothing about history without telling me you know nothing about history. Multiculturalism fails every time it's attempted. But go ahead and vote to import more dysgenic third worlders into your country. And I don't regret framing it the way that I did. It's true. These people are literal dysgenics. There's a reason why they're called cousin fuckers. It's because they are. But basically, I don't care. I don't care about an invader's culture. Why the fuck should I try to understand how they, their culture when they're the one invading me? And then let's see. He also, and then some other leftist faggot was like, "Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter." I was very tempted to bring up the Tower of Babel, right? But I remember the last time that Sylvie and I had an argument. It was actually about religion, funnily enough. I won that one. I don't care what the like ratio was. I am correct in theology. But this time it's a little different. Because the lesson of the Tower of Babel is that, nations and borders exist for a reason. It is not a good idea to mix every single person of every single culture. That's not a good idea. God made us. God made it so that we have borders and nations. And then Sylvie says, bro, you could have just not replied, taking the L silently, but coming out even more racist is def a choice. And I said, and this is my favorite reply to this whole thing, I could not care less, actually. I do not fold to scum like you. Of course you don't care, because if you did, you likely wouldn't be this openly stupid, Lamau. You're the one who's being openly stupid. And I replied with, and why should I care about third worlders who want to exploit my country's generosity? Tip of advice, don't throw stones from glass houses. Not gonna lie. This was I was actually feeling pretty down, but until I started feeling a lot better when this was happening. When this whole argument was happening, I was laughing my ass off because I was like, dude, no fucking way are you this stupid. You are so willfully uninformed about anything you look into. And then he thinks I'm actually from Florida. I'm not from Florida, everyone. It's in my bio, but I'm not actually from Florida. Scurvy's in Maryland. And then we just get into an argument just about this meme. And the funny thing is about this argument, I'm not going to read the rest of this. I don't think it really matters. But basically, he thinks I'm like, I look like this. No, dude, dude, you are probably whiter than me, but I don't give a shit about that. I really don't. But still, Sylvie over here, trying to be a good little goyim leftist. It's like, he's trying to, he posts a racist meme, quote unquote, because I've seen this a million times before, on my circles of the internet. And so I found it very funny that Sylvie is using a right-winger's meme on somebody who's right-wing. It didn't work. I called him out on this. And, yeah. He does not provide any sort of proof for his claim at all. You can just read the rest. I've lost interest in even just covering this. It's so retarded. And he thinks Google search of this specific meme is proof. He thinks that's proof of his claim, when really the meme in question is about Indians and Pakistanis. Okay. I assumed you were a Florida man, given your chaotic energy. He's an honorary. Johnny approves. And that's nice. That's nice. Alrighty. That was enough. A little retardation for now. For our next YouTube segment, I'm just gonna grab myself a drink for the next one. It's gonna be really funny. Okie dokie, I am back. Well, we got ourselves quite a funny video for our next segment here. Let me just put it on. So, we actually have Spoon's latest upload. So we're going to be covering some more, some current events here. In regards to the Piers Morgan Nick Fuentes debate, which Fuentes easily won. Let's take a watch. Yeah, we're gonna keep it normal.
Hello, breakfast whiskey. So this is going to be a hell of a fun video. Piers Morgan interviewing Nick Fuentes. Video has amassed almost 4 million views in 2 days. Well done to Nick. So with that being said, let me say my opinion on Fuentes.
It's more like 4.2 million now of 4 days ago. It seems like the height was just, was over. Still, probably the most viewed debate on Piers Morgan's channel. I have a feeling, I do like when Andrew Wilson is on Piers Morgan because he provides like a taste of reality for like the guests who are on, especially the leftists who are on. But this, I don't even like Fuentes. Okay, let me provide that with you up front. I do not like Nick Fuentes. I was going to make a video in regards to the Scurvy shitlist series that I stopped making. There was going to be an episode about him. There was. And with good reason. We are banning everyone for the ScurvyRum chat. What's up, Pickle? How are you? But still, this debate, this debate was a special kind of funny. I was laughing my ass off for so many of like the major clips. Like, it's so obvious as to why Nick won this. It's so fucking obvious.
Just because I happen to agree with most of what he says on that interview, that doesn't mean I like him. It doesn't mean I'm a fan. It just means what he says is true.
Yep. That's a sign that you have high IQ, is that you're able to separate the person from the take. So I don't like Nick Fuentes, but every now and then he actually says something. Like if you look at the take itself, it's like it's true. It's true. Even though it's him who's saying it, it's like the take itself is correct. Like, his whole thing, his infamous thing of like, women need to shut the fuck up. That stuff, right? That speech. It's true.
Simple as. Oh, and also, I can take tremendous joy in watching Piers getting his boomer-coded liberal ass handed to him. Far as Piers...
Nick Fuentes drops the occasional good take, but most of what he says is gay Fed posting. I can agree to that. I can agree to that.
Piers Morgan is concerned.
To what?
Yeah, basically that. Let's just say there's a reason Jeremy Clarkson is my favorite Englishman. Basically that.
What was that?
Let's just say that
Jeremy Clarkson punched me in the head, but he showed his true colors with the next move. Jeremy Clarkson punched Piers Morgan in the head after a row over picture. But the Clarksons farm host surprised the former newspaper editor with his next move.
There's a reason Jeremy Clarkson is my favorite.
Nick absolutely cooked Piers. Nick absolutely cooked him. Piers wasn't getting the reaction he wanted, and you could tell he was frustrated wholeheartedly. I watched the whole interview. It was a gold mine.
Now, I'm going to try and play as few clips as possible here, mainly because Piers Morgan is an insufferably irritating prick. Everyone who knows Piers Morgan...
Bro, even like the hand gestures that Nick is doing, it's like... even though he says he's not gay, it's like, that's still kind of gay, not gonna lie.
Knows the man has a reputation. Despite his posh git accent, he's nothing more than a basic bitch tabloid-level smear merchant, an outdated boomer desperately trying to maintain some sense of relevancy by doing nothing more than antagonize through disingenuousness. That's it, that's all he has, he's a pathetic one-trick pony. And as such, before the interview even took place, pretty much everyone warned Nick, be prepared because he's going to be dirty and underhanded, because it's fucking Piers Morgan. In fact, here he is about 21 minutes in, outright saying it.
The beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all
beauty, my shining ass, that's funny.
It's just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant.
AKA, I'm going to pick out your most incendiary taboo positions, as judged by today's pathetically blind to the utter dysfunction of modern-day liberal priors, and try and berate you for noticing reality. In fact, if you watch Ben Shapiro's video a couple of weeks back, where he just plays clips of Fuentes and bugger all else,
The fact that he's like, the fact that Ben Shapiro is doing stuff like that, it's like, Benny boy, are you trying to shut him down or give him more spotlight time?
It was basically a watered-down version of that, except played in Nick's face. Let's watch the rest of the clip.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
This is one of my favorite takes from him, though. It really is.
Jews are running society. Women
True.
need to shut the fuck up.
True.
Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
True.
And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
And kick the Muslims out of Dearborn.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
What's to clarify there, you dippy sandwich?
That's a funny question there, Piers. Well, would you like to clarify what you said? It's like, again, that is a very, very, very blunt take right there. He is just saying what everybody's thinking. All Piers did was make him more known. His character assassination attempts were entirely ignored. Nick handled it well. And yeah, so I think we all know Nick is a flaming homosexual. But anyways, it's like, really, what else is there? What else needs to be elaborated on? It's pretty cut and dry. He's only doing this because Piers' boomer mind cannot handle what he just heard in that clip. Like, every time he hears it, it's like, my wife, she tells me what to do. You're the same wife that's getting reamed out by fucking Mr. Suds on every Friday.
Which was pretty self-explanatory. Or is a nuance beyond your comprehension?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Yes. Yes, it is.
No less
Nick.
detected. Fair play to Nick. But yeah, there you can see Pierce's nakedly obvious MO. Nick is a racist, sexist, anti-Semite, blah, blah, blah. Pfft, no one cares, boomer.
Got on board.
Precisely. Blacks, Jews, and women. I think gays were probably going to be thrown in there as well, but Tucker basically shredded Pierce on that topic on their sit-down a while ago, so I'm...
Which I know that Damien actually made a video on, Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan. And that is something... That is something in regards to the gays. It's like, I wonder why he didn't mention that. I would also add, it's like, gay people need to stop touching kids. And stop getting, and they need to not be in position. They should not be around children. That's something I'd say. It's like, in addition to, blacks need to be in prison for the most part. Gays and other sorts of faggots need to stay away the fuck from need to stay the fuck away from kids.
guessing that's why that topic wasn't there. But all Piers did for every single topic, because he's the most feminine man on the internet, is go, Nick is an insert alienating label, and here's an example. Come to think of it, at no point does Piers ever engage with how Nick arrives at the conclusions he does. It's just a series of accusations and attempts at morally castigating him for reaching those conclusions, and that's it. Well, maybe once with the crime stats, but showing you don't understand what per capita means, not exactly a great look. Can hardly qualify as an interview. It was just Piers signaling to his metropolitan butt buddies and asking for head pats. And when he didn't get the reaction he was so thirsty for, because Nick doesn't care, Piers would just double down. It was nothing more than 2 hours of Piers desperately...
Wait a second!
looking for some kind of gotcha in viral clips. His repeated failure at this endeavor did result in plenty of viral clips, just at his expense.
Oh, yeah.
It turns out the guy who spent years in the internet wilderness building an audience on acknowledging reality is actually pretty quick-witted at explaining why he holds the positions he does. Because reality tends to resonate with people who look at the world through their own eyes and not their asshole. Piers, because he resides up his own arse.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of shit libs do this a lot, you know? They love, that's how they view the world, is through their asshole and not with their eyes. It's like, You could tell them, you could show them video after video after video of illegal immigrants in Europe being pieces of shit, and they still would tell you, oh no, that's the exception. You know, I like a good Indian curry. I like a good Pakistani kebab, even though Iranian kebab is far superior. Anyways, it's like, that must be an exception. It's like, bro, are you not using your eyes? I'm using my eyes. I see over and over and over again incidents that are microcosms of larger problems. Wow, what a shock. It's almost like there is such a word that is microcosm. It is a small example. What the word means is small example of a larger problem. Wow! What a shock! It's almost like most people just decided to forsake their pattern recognition skills. Wow!
Doesn't seem to understand how or why Fuentes has managed to build an audience, being a stuck-up gimp who doesn't live in the real world and can only get eyeballs through sensationalist bullshittery because he's a talentless wanker. He's a Jerry Springer of the internet, and he showed just...
Yeah, basically, because I know every time Andrew Wilson is on Piers' show, Piers always has to be, wait, but Drew, and what about women? It's like, oh my goodness, dude, stop talking like a cuckold, man.
How despicably low he'll go, bringing up an anecdote Nick told about his father not wanting to eat at certain places due to the demographic association, insinuating Nick is the apple that fell from the racist tree, repeatedly invoking judging by their skin color.
What's wrong about not wanting to eat at a certain place because a certain group runs the establishment? What's wrong with that? I don't see any problem with that, really. Does that mean it should be instituted on a federal level? No, but we do have a right of we do have this thing called right of association.
Never mind the fact that that's extremely classless and low. Again, Clarkson was right. But it also shows just how disconnected Piers is from the vibe of the discourse. No one cares about any of this, for one, but also, as I mentioned previously, racism as defined doesn't exist. Is also why anti-discrimination laws don't work, because people don't discriminate based on arbitrary characteristics. They discriminate based on behavior, and some behaviors are more prevalent among certain demographics, and everyone knows this. When you carry on as if you don't think people can see this, you come off as disingenuous.
Wait a second, Spoon! Wait a second! That God made us all equal. Well, Piers, guess what? You're a shitty fucking Christian because you're letting your wife sleep around with other guys. I don't think the saints would be very happy about that. And considering you call yourself a Catholic, yeah. I don't think that's very Catholic of you. Oh, but Scurvy, you're an Orthodox Christian. That doesn't matter. Yeah, fucking does. The fact that you have people who are absolutely better Christians than you, Piers, grill you for this, that says something about you. Yeah, I read your comments, Pickle, don't worry.
Smear merchant. Or thick. In Piers' case, probably all of the above.
Well, I guess if that's true, Pickle, that is something that he and I could probably relate to. My dad's also Jewish.
For example,
He's
when it came to race and
though.
crime, Nick just points what everyone watching this video already knows and has known for decades. Even pointing out that black people, once they get money, they pick up and move somewhere else. Which again...
Well, yeah, Spoon. Are you talking about spoon here, aristocratic utensil? Nimrod, you need to address my Oshi, not as this guy. you have to address him as Spoon because he's my Yoshi. Just like how, I would not tolerate anybody calling Chronic this guy because he's my Kami Yoshi. The same applies. That's a rule. That's a rule for the chat.
It's true.
What's the first thing we did when we got some money? I moved in a white neighborhood. Yeah,
no, like Nick's dad is change his name to not sound Jewish type of Jew. I think he told me about how Fuentes is a Jewish surname. That's interesting. That's quite the red pill right there too.
living beside Becky.
Case in point. And Piers, being the obsequious little liberal bitch that he is, kept pivoting to white crime, even trying to relate that violence to school shootings. Nick was even amusingly
In regards to that, I wonder which kinds of white people commit those atrocities on a per capita basis. I don't think it's the straight people. Yeah, I don't think it's the straight people, especially as of late. Especially like in the past 2 years alone. Past 2 years! You could say that before the 2020s, that it wasn't a bunch of faggots. But we no longer live in that time. And wouldn't you know, on a per capita basis, the Looney Tunes and other fags are the ones committing the shootings.
chastising him for not understanding proportion because comparing that crime to school shootings is really, really dumb. Refusing to say the numbers, laughing at him, stating, everyone knows what you're doing. Because it's true, it was irritatingly obvious. It's a move so on the nose obvious, you're actually insulted by the attempt at all. When you openly tell the audience from the start all you're going to do here is play their own words back at them and have them explain what they mean, at which point you ignore the explanations of said guest and refuse to engage with it, as you repeatedly double down on the gotcha attempts and labeling, there might be a reason why everyone hates you and thinks you're full of shit.
Yeah, to Piers Morgan, I got something special for you.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
It was obviously going to be an ambush. It's not surprised Clarkson punched you.
Notice how Nick does not really associate with his mom or dad. I mean, okay, there's one thing about leaving them out of, I do talk about my parents, on a very base level. I don't drag them into, this. I have no need to drag them into this. I don't think, Fuentes isn't trying to do that either, but I understand the point you're making there, Dusty. I do understand it. And there is absolutely some merit to it. It's not just about their protection, it's also because his family want nothing to do with him. I could also see that. I could also see that being the case. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
The Jewish
I think it might be.
Was admittedly hilarious. Aside from Nick's utter disregard for the post-World War II Never Again consensus, which is in and of itself really chuckleworthy, watching Piers desperately trying to virtue signal through pearl clutching.
By the way, the Holodomor was far worse than the Holocaust ever could be. Yeah, I said that. I said that. It's true. 6 million versus 62 million. What's the worst atrocity? And keep in mind, it's 62 million Christians. I should mention that. If we're comparing numbers here, the 62 is far worse. Far worse.
Especially after the too soon line. You can probably guess what that's a reference to. But when Fuentes points out that certain people exploit world events for their own gain, which is obviously true, hello, what world do you live in? Piers claims he doesn't know anyone that does that. Less than 2 minutes later, he plays a clip of some old codger.
Stop the bosses in Auschwitz. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right.
They're trying to lecture Nick about his jokes because a man's family ties with
the social media racist must be silenced. Daniel Finkelstein. I wonder. Twitter and YouTube aren't doing enough to stop the dangerous lies of Holocaust deniers and white supremacists. Twitter. It's funny. There was a good chunk of Jewish landowners that were displaced and offed during the Holodomor. Yeah, they didn't comply with... The thing is with those people, they did not comply with the party enough. Jews are rather exceptional at doing purity tests, especially among their own.
The former half of the last century, whilst he slightly plugs his book, which just...
Nick's whole claim was like, the Holocaust is like this bargain weapon. It is. It absolutely is, if you take a look at the behavior of it all, and how these people use the Holocaust. Last time I recall, no Russian Orthodox, or Greek Orthodox even, or any Orthodox Christian, uses the Holodomor as a power play to get what they want. But Jews in the Holocaust, that's all they use that for, is a power play.
Proves Fuentes' bloody point. This same guy goes on Twitter, posts a Nick video saying he's very rattled, which is pure cope. Nick ratios the holy hell out of him.
The communists were just out for blood against those who went against the ideals of communism. It just so happened they were exceptionally cruel to Christians. And the reason why that was the case is because Christianity vehemently opposes communism. Look at this screenshot, guys. And then he's like, oh, wow. They're totally not using a tragedy as a bargain weapon here to try to make me money. Wow. Just wow.
With someone on the post writing, at least send him a copy of the book for free, Danny. To which he shamelessly replies, nah, he can buy a copy.
I am so sick of that stupid bitch, blabbing prissy little skank.
Yeah. Like, seriously, nah, he can buy a copy. No, again, totally not the Holocaust being used as a bargain weapon.
Needless to say, the noticing in the replies was overwhelming. Again, the complete lack of any shame is just astonishing. And once more, when Fuentes lays out the reality of the consequences of the never-ending perspective on his generation, Piers just dismisses him, saying it's a crock of shit. Well done, Piers, that is quite the intellectual...
Honestly, telling Fed Fuentes to buy a copy is pretty hilarious. Yes, for more reasons than one.
Rebuttal. This is why the boomer truth regime is collapsing in real time, because it's full of outdated, arrogant idiots like you. Nick's position was simply this. We're sick of these narratives. We've been browbeaten by them our entire lives and made to feel ashamed of our heritage.
Why do you think they even teach about the Holocaust in the first place? Just ask yourselves this. This is probably going to be the most edgy thing I've ever said on YouTube. Definitely not on X, but definitely on YouTube. Why do they teach about this tragedy in the first place when something like the Holodomor is a bit more closer to home? Ethnically speaking. Ask yourselves that. Why do they teach us the Holocaust, but they didn't teach us about the horrific things that happened in the Soviet Union to Christians? Why is that the case? And I'm being genuine about this too. It's been something I've been thinking about a lot as of late. Whether it's because it's like I've been like 2 months converted, into Orthodoxy, and also have been aware of history for as long as I've been, which isn't long, but compared to most people, it is a lot.
More old and soon to be outdated. The next generation doesn't care about any of these so-called atrocities. We will not be shackled by them. Now get fucked.
And yeah, and again, the fact that they're using a tragedy as a shackle. No Christian would want any nation to be shackled by the Holodomor. Again, usury, usury extends beyond just like economic policy. Absolutely, what they're doing with the Holocaust is usury, wholeheartedly, is using a tragedy for their financial gain. I'm not here to debate the logistics of it, but in regards to the Holodomor, you don't see Russian Orthodox people browbeating people with it. It's like, oh wow, you have to constantly remember about this thing. When in reality, it's like this was a horrible event that happened to our people, to the Orthodox Church. We want people to be aware of it, but we're not going to prevent people from questioning it. If you want to question it, that's fine. People encourage the question, we encourage the questioning of the Holodomor. We do that. There's no law in the world that says you are not allowed to deny the Holodomor. You can if you want to. You can. Just don't expect a positive response from if you try to. However, there's a lot of laws out there that prevent people in certain countries from questioning the Holocaust. I think that should tell you something. I think it really should. It also tells you the morality of the people that this tragedy was caused against. Hey Scurvy, isn't it weird that we're not ever taught about the Spartacist movement? I've never even heard of that. You're gonna have to tell me about that sometime, Dusty. Why aren't we taught about the various uprisings and revolts post World War I that were led exclusively by certain people in communist terror cells? Gee, Dusty, I wonder why we're not taught that stuff.
Anglo has had enough.
Oh, and speaking of, Piers had one more faceplant to go as he chose to attack Fuentes on his lack of experience with women, and my word, that was a colossal fuck up on so many levels. First off, being a 60-year-old man talking about getting laid is really, really creepy. Talking about getting laid to someone who's less than half your age when you look like Piers Morgan is downright disgusting. Even went so far as to call him a virgin. Doing that at 60 years old is beyond pathetic.
I'm not a virgin. I'm not a virgin. I had a wife before, the one who's cucking me.
Pathetic, especially because he's a Catholic, and you claim to be one as well, Piers, and yet here you are trying to call him a loser. How very Christian of you. But suggest.
Well, you see there, Spoon. I am very much a Catholic. Oh wait, that sounded more Australian. I am very much a Catholic, and wouldn't you know, in Catholicism, it's okay to let your wife cuck out on you. No, it's like, no, it isn't, Piers. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. In Catholicism, divorce is also not really okay. Now you sound Oh no, it's me, Dev, Devin Delvecchio, short fat otaku. It's me, Dev. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck him.
Suggesting Nick's views about women stem from his lack of sexual experience with the opposite sex makes no sense when it comes to politics. Didn't realize I needed to shag them to understand their nonsensical positions when it comes to their absurd support for the rainbow hippies.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to have sexual experience with women to notice that a lot of them have went completely fucking insane. And that they only want the top percent of guys. You don't need to have experience with that. For me, at least in my life, it did help. Like, actually going to, like, bars and all that, it did help actually seeing, myself at kind of the top of the totem pole in more than one way. Not sexually, I should have had that. Scurvy's still a virgin. But it's like, holy shit, the red pill was right. I don't need to have sex with a woman to be annoyed by them. It's like poisonous animals. You don't have to touch it to know it will kill you. Exactly.
What's the implication of this? That somehow through fornication he will stop noticing the stupid shit women say and do?
Actually, if anything, if Nick were to ever do the premarital sexual hookup culture shit, he would probably notice even more. Especially because now Nick Fuentes is a man of status, especially knowing his positions, and he's not going to shy away from them to get puss. I'm not even remotely sexually interested in most VTubers, and yet I see guys simping in their chats. It fucking annoys me. Yeah, that too. Mari, I'm sorry, but you're not even acknowledging me in chat anymore. Nah, it's fine. I don't really care. I don't really see many of your posts on Twitter anymore these days. But that's another issue. Nah, Nick wouldn't get any pwn. He's like 5. Actually, believe it or not, Pickle, Nick actually does make some money. And also, he admittedly, he does have a nice face. And women are able to kind of ignore some of that shit. I mean, he did date a black woman for a little bit. Like, for a little bit, and by I mean a little bit, I mean like barely a few days. Like, he just wasn't interested. But still, man. I don't think he's 5'1". He's not short. Well, that short. I'm taller than him, but he's not 5'1". The ones I like aren't the ones I actually like remotely aren't even sexual. They're just creatively inclined and entertaining. And Sheffo says he should have sex with a woman. He might see that being gay is not okay. Well, yeah, being gay is not okay. I gotta tell you that. Even as a former bisexual, it's like, still, that's not exactly okay.
Why? Do the men that have sex with women more often have a vastly more accurate perception of their politics versus the ones that don't? Do you need to have sex with women to understand their politics at all? No one's ever asked this question because the implication you need to is retarded. Not that any of the stock here so mindlessly doubling down. He's only failed at every attempt to brand Nick with his boomer thinks they're bad labels. What's one more rake in the face? Heaven's sakes, anyone who's actually spent time listening to women knows if Nick were to actually do that, his feelings would not diminish, they'd amplify. I've said multiple times in this very channel the consequences of listening to women is misogyny. Hell,
that is true. That's why I want to be on the Broken Crown podcast one of these days. I'd love it. Amalgamite was on there. And she also got to collaborate with you, Mayoshi. But one of these days. It would probably be one of those streams where you, Aiden and Bill, are just ripping on women. I'd love to be part of that. I'm exceptionally good at ripping on women.
I got female friends that openly say they can only spend a set amount of time with other women before the experience becomes draining. How do you think blokes feel about it then? But where this all
Yeah.
really blew up in Piers' face was post the interview. You see, Piers, being a sheltered, pretentious metropolitan wanker, is completely ignorant not only of Nick's fan base, but also just how the internet works in general, and what the internet will find, especially if you're full of shit. You be careful lest you piss off the
Hey, alrighty, Nimrod. Catch you later.
artists. And I get the impression he thought he won because he had that typical smug look on his face the whole time. Well, mind you, that is just his face. I would have loved to see the look on it when he pitifully scrolls trying to find an approving comment to nurse that massive fragile ego. If you did that on YouTube, it might have been a while because there's over 70,000 comments there. We could talk about a needle in a haystack. But he did what every loser does when they get old. Go on X to convince themselves they didn't lose, otherwise known as cope and seed. Throwing out posts
And Sneed.
after coping posts, getting ratioed left, right, and center in the process. I don't think he had any idea just how bad it actually went. Apparently he was still
Piers, I don't think you understand just how loyal the Groypers are to Nick Fuentes. I really don't. I don't think you do. They have been clowning your ass these past few days, and it's been fucking hilarious and glorious. This has been a long time coming, and I'm so happy that it happened.
posting on X till the wee hours of the morning. At 60 years of age, that's a new level of sad. Hell, he was posting stuff like this. I'm not even gonna read.
Bro, Piers Morgan. Wait, Spoon, did Piers Morgan block you or did you block him? I think it might be the former. I'm going to start branding those who shame women who stand up for women's rights women phobic. Why would I be scared of a woman? Unless she has a gun or something, but, in the state of nature, a woman would not have a gun or be on anabolic steroids. But why would I be scared of a woman?
That it's so cringe and gay. This is the kind of stuff that gets you endless rounds of mockery because you sound weak and pathetic. But again, why on earth would you talk?
Again, for Piers Morgan, this is for you.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's...
Hold on.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Sorry, I fat-fingered that other button. My bad.
About sex when you look like that, Piers. Because it turns out Piers' wife, when they first met, she laughed at his expense.
Piers Morgan reveals he met his wife, Celia Walden, after he bombed while giving a speech, and she laughed at his discomfort. Like, how fucking emasculating is that?
As he was bombing giving a speech. After several drinks admitted to her that she ticks all of his boxes, but she said he ticks none of hers. That's all he's surprised. Look at him. At which point, he proceeded to try and buy her to wear her down. Oh, clearly a marriage of affection and not one of status and materialism. Not exactly sure what status you're cultivating there. Hi, I'm married to one of the most obnoxious men in all of Britain. Or maybe it's a low-key stroke of genius, knowing that he is so obnoxious that she could just do anything that made him look bad and people would probably cheer for it. Her Instagram.
Totally not meant for an affair or anything. Look at her too. It's, ooh, gross. Ugh, where's my gross button? And she's not a good looker either. All she's doing is just like do the whole swinger thing. Ugh,
Is a
disgusting.
collage of Piers Morgan.
Yeah, literally, the black guy on the left and this left photo, it's like literally the bull. Don't even get me started on Mr. Suds, man.
Humiliation.
Don't even get me
with her
started.
appearing with numerous men in positions that would be highly inappropriate for a married woman, as well as admitting she was a subscriber to Ashley Madison.
Well, the thing is, in regards to calling him gay, it's like you need like, you know what would be an interesting debate? Nick Fuentes, what's that guy's name? I think it's Chris Burnett, who did all the exposing on like Nick and the Groypers. I like that guy a lot. Nick should debate him in the future, especially on the gay shit and the pedophile shit.
Website specifically made for people seeking an affair. Now, she claimed to us to conduct research into the company's finder. Well, look at your Instagram page, love.
Yeah,
no
right,
one is buying that.
right.
It's actually hilarious because I remember some time ago, Fuentes
Fucking
saying
cuckolds, man.
there's an
I don't
alliance
like 'em.
between the Chads and the incels. They get it. The worst ones, though, are the beta male orbiters in the middle. And Piers is the one
Yeah.
trying to bully him. Meanwhile, his first marriage ended in divorce. And he's on his second wife
Yeah.
getting cucked.
Yeah!
This might explain why Piers simps so relentlessly for women's equality, because he's an emasculated male feminist with no fucking balls.
Well, yeah, those got castrated a while ago, Spoon.
But young
He's
Catholic
60.
versus emasculated old liberal cock. Oh, what an own that is. I'm not even a fan of Fuentes, but watching you fail repeatedly as he mocks your coping ass has been one of the funniest things of 2025.
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who
poor
am I
old
losing to?
white people,
Who
these
am I
poor
losing
old
to?
white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me.
Cheers for watching, and once again, take it away, Nick.
I apologize for nothing.
Congratulations, Spoon. Somebody better fucking clip my reaction to this and send it to him. To both Pierce and Spoon, why not? Anyways, I will be right back. I'm gonna get me another drink, and then we'll get on to our next Twitter segment. Let's see. How do people still lose debates to Fed Fuentes? Literally just call him gay. Just bring up the catboy shit and it'll spurg out hard. Yeah, that is true. That's very true. And I see, sorry, I have to check my notifications on Discord real quick. I'll do the same thing on Twitter, why not? Let's see. I see. Man, your voice sounds like a guy called Coconut Chris. He's pretty cool too. I'll give that a like. I see. I know I have a bit of a higher pitched voice at the age of 25, but I think it's gotten a little deeper because of confidence. And also just, I've been doing this for a while, so I'm not as like... Yes. But anyways, we have our next little segment on Twitter here. So let me just get that on here. It's from Cheapy Reviews. This is going to be a pretty quick one. These next ones are going to be on the quicker side. So let's see. Cloudflare, an American company, is censoring the internet. Right, censor. And listening to Germany to censor. Wait a second. Something's already off with the initial statement. Because, if you didn't know, like, individual countries have their own laws about the internet. Germany has their own laws in regards to the internet. Gelboru, that houses art from various artists. What kind of art and what kind of artists, Chibi? It's from a fucking Boru site. If you don't know what, like, Don Boru is, it's like a hive mind. It's like a hive of, like, just, like, weeb degeneracy. Like, it's a, you know, it is an anime forum. You could talk about anime, but that's not why people use Don Boru or any of its derivatives. I've been under attack for them by months now. Why are we letting the German government censor everyone around the world? The same... No, it's only just for Germany. Gelboru is, I believe, a German site. But you could see in their statement, we will only consider lifting the restriction on this domain after we have received notice from the SFM directly that the content on this domain has been deemed a false positive for CSAM. That tells me that there's an actual problem with CSAM material being distributed on the site. Okay, that's what that tells me. Again, when it comes to any kind of Boru site, whether it's the unironic derivatives or the ironic derivatives, the issue is that you have a bunch of these like these degenerate otaku get on these forums and they're in communication with each other. Do you know what's going to happen naturally after that? Well, you get Gelboru. And, yeah, what did you know? What did you know? I wonder why. I wonder why Germany would have a problem with Gelboru. Just by what Cloudflare told them alone, that tells me that, maybe, just maybe, there's a problem on the site. Maybe the moderation's a little too lax for the kind of site that it is. Even Donboru, it seems like Donboru has more moderation than Gelboru. At least just from a surface glance. But Chibi, I remember quote tweeting you on this on Twitter. You still haven't gotten back to me on this, by the way. I don't think you will. You're very much the type of person who is, fire and forget in regards to in regards to these issues. You might bring it up if it's relevant to you, so you can make a quick buck. But I don't forget about things like this so easily. I really don't. Why don't I forget about things? Pattern recognition. But the reason why I have an issue with this take right here, it's like, just because Cloudflare is an American company, that doesn't mean that other countries have laws in regards to the internet. There's a reason why X had to have been restricted in Turkey, right? The only way Turkish people can use X is with a VPN. Basically. And if they don't, and I'm saying X, to use X fully, you can still use X in Turkey, it's just heavily restricted. So people use a VPN. Those are legal in Turkey, so that's kind of a loop around to that. or Brazil, or what was it, Brazil? Was that the other country? I don't know. There's like another country that like has a problem with Elon Musk or whatever. But each, like, you know, individual countries have laws around the internet. And if Gelboru is using an American hosting service, it's held accountable by both American law and German law. And wouldn't you know, it seems like Gelboru is in violation of German law, because I believe it's a German website. But yeah, and then also, I wonder what kind of art is hosted on there. If Cloudflare is saying that there's CSAM on the website, what kind of art is on there? And also, who are the artists? Who are the artists on Gelboru? Who are they? Well, I'm not gonna get an answer to that. Not anytime soon in the near future. And just to tell you something, as you can see, I do follow Chibi Reviews. I do follow him. I don't endorse. It's not out of endorsement. Like, just because I follow somebody, that doesn't mean I endorse everything they fucking say. But it's nice to hold people bigger than yourself accountable for the bullshit they post. But anyways, let's get back to the video segment here. I just wanted this to be a bit of a shorter segment here. I don't want to go on for too long on the Twitter stuff. But anyways, we got ourselves a scrapped segment from one of my earlier streams. So this was actually going to be part of my let's see. I just have to look at my channel real quick. Sorry, it's going to look a little weird for now, but it's the literature one. It's the literature one. And that would be episode, what one was that? No. Yeah, episode 85, Literature is Dead, from 3 months ago. And we are going to go over a scrapped segment that was going to be in that stream. It was a book review, one of Quan Mills's books. Damn, this hoe got roaches in her crib. I got me some more booze here too.
Well, new place, new start. This is the beginning of a whole new chapter.
New nip went down my gullet. This is a great start. A very great start.
Time for a complimentary snack.
Damn, this guy got roaches in his crib.
Holy crap! I love dates.
I love dates.
Do me a favor and just look at this cover.
Wait. Like, just look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Also, I am going to speed this up just a little for time's sake.
Do me a favor and just look at this cover.
Look at this.
Before. It probably popped up during one of your online scrolling
sessions.
Yeah,
this all got roaches in her crib.
You find yourself thinking about it even long after it vanishes into your digital ether. And if you haven't seen this cover before, you've seen covers like it. Wait. Digital ether. And if you haven't...
Handsome sentient bubblegum who is also a successful landscape architect. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is the cover with the shirtless guy in the flower? No, No. I hope there's not gonna be a cover with fucking oranges. No, there better not be something with my kind. I mean, there is a book. There is a book called Pounded by Produce, after all. Women love this kind of shit.
Haven't seen this cover before, you've seen covers like it. Lurid, provocative, garish.
Oh wow! Wait. I gotta find this meme from Shefa that he sent me. So, damn it! Discord image searching is so fucking gay now. Every time we talk about Uma Musume, because I'm a horse orange. You see it on my profile. It's not on this model. It's on my next one. Where is it? Let's see. Sorry, it's gonna be a little bit of time, but this cover right fucking here. Okay, yeah, okay. Copy link. Okay, give. I just gotta pull this up real quick. Yeah, this is the meme that I'm talking about here. The male horse fantasy. It's Uma Musume, and then the female horse fantasy. Time for your daily milking session. And I know the reference to that one. I forget the name of it, but it's just so. It's so retarded, man. But meanwhile, you know, I'm the only male Uma in Uma Musume, so I'm not in this, and for good reason. I'm glad that I'm not. But it's just like... it's just like... Motherfucker, just look at this. Look at this shit. It's so retarded. And then this is the female horse fantasy. I'm not joking.
Garish, yet self-aware in their absurdity. And of course, that's
wait.
the point.
Wait.
Lurid,
What the fuck was that?
Garish, yet self-aware.
Mating with the raptor.
In their absurdity. And of course, that's the point. And it's a point that Colby Durden, pen name Quan Mills, embodies so well. A former proposal writer for a Chicago law firm, Durden turned to self-published urban fiction to bring in cash after he was laid off. And it didn't take long for him to discover that
Wait. Damien, if you're somehow here, I got both my alien homeboys from another galaxy pregnant. My demonic coochie monster ate my pastor. I got my husband and his daddy pregnant.
Outrageous titles and cover art.
I got my homeboys pregnant.
Translated to say,
my baby daddy is a bedbug.
Within months of publishing his first book, Durden had found his calling. Urban fiction, also known as streetlit, is a subgenre defined not
streetlit, right.
only by setting, but its themes. Streetlit explores the darker, less glamorous aspects of city life, often from an African-American perspective. I'm aware I don't exactly come off as a connoisseur of streetlit, so I'll try and be as substantive as possible while also not pretending I'm some kind of expert. While streetlit addresses very real issues affecting urban demographics, such as crime, family turmoil, and race relations, and while Quan Mills' books adhere to these themes, it's
the coldest thug ever.
It's obviously his presentation that stands out. Looking a bit deeper past the...
My baby mama is a loser. Gee, no shit.
Ridiculous covers. Many of his stories feature innocent or down-on-their-luck black men pitted against
Meet DeAndre Dre Williams, a determined single father who finds himself caught up in drama with his no-good baby mama, Latricia. Look at the names here. DeAndre, Latricia. Like, the guy who writes this shit is black. Like, you'd think he'd know more like black names than like Latricia and DeAndre.
Selfish, hedonistic black women, which Mills alleges not only reflections of
Quan Mills on his critics, his creative process, and what's next. Oh my goodness.
realities within black communities, but also informed by his readers. Many
Black women love Quan. Okay, I see how this is. I see how this is. Yep, we already identified this Butsutekai before, but doesn't hurt to do so again.
Many of whom he claims are black women themselves. Still, these less than flattering depictions
Old Thought Next Door. So Nick Carlson actually does have a review of Old Thought Next Door. It's really funny. We're not going to watch it though.
With critics accusing Mills of stereotyping and commodifying the black experience, and some readers.
Wait a fucking second. That video of Old Thought Next Door, the review, came out 3 months ago. My stream that was gonna react to Nick Carlson's video was 3 months ago.
What the hell is this?
Did he know? Did he know that I was gonna cover this? Is he psychic?
Questioning whether Mills was even a black man himself. There is a much broader conversation regarding race and representation, who can say what about whom, but that's not for this video. Regardless, there's no such thing as bad press, and Quan Mills' books took the internet by storm, with one in particular receiving widespread notoriety.
If you record audiobooks, there better be a smoke alarm beeping there.
Press, and Quan Mills' books took the internet by storm, with one in particular receiving widespread notoriety. This hoe got roaches in her crib.
This hoe got roaches in her crib!
Just saying the title. A self-described work of satirical fiction and dark comedy mixed with social commentary about single fathers versus, and I'm quoting the blurb, manipulative ratchet women who use the family court system to their advantage.
Manipulative ratchet women who use the family court system to their advantage. Oh my goodness, is that based? Very based?
You know, it's about time we read a book that just lays its cards on the table. No guesswork, no dense prose to unravel, just straightforward.
Yeah, I probably should do that if I ever want to sell my book on, like, my lore book on Amazon. I was like, okay, it's a tale of, it's very much biased. You know, the main villains are basic. You know, okay, how do I put this to be YouTube friendly? They are they're based off Jews. There we go. I think that's a fitting way to put it. The main villains are based off Jews.
Stories about ratchet women who yearn for bomb dick. Boy, oh boy, this cover art. It's so ironically bad that it pushes back to unironically brilliant. Y'all can just pack up and get out. We've clearly reached the logical endpoint of graphic design here. Look, I've been to college, I've seen some ghetto-ass furnishings, but never have I seen a marble countertop braced with a yak gear crate. It took effort to be so blatantly disparate. I'm guessing this stain on the carpet is red wine, but it could also be the resultant nosebleed I got trying to analyze the cover.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, and here they are, the roaches themselves, having a grand old time praising place noodles and defying the laws of physics. A feat likewise accomplished by the titular hoe, who appears to be sitting down in the air, not actually on the armrest. Maybe this woman could be a world-class magician if she just cleaned her disgusting house. And trust me, I tried thinking of a clever joke about this guy here, but the best I could manage was, lol, my face when I look at this cover art. Not nearly good enough. It's like punching a baby. Might be funny, but it's just poor sport. So what's the story? At its core, it's a protracted custody battle over a 6-year-old girl named Maya between Austin Watkins, her biological father, who's on the tail end of a 2-year prison sentence, and her biological mother and legal guardian, Fredquisha Pierce.
You gotta be fucking shitting me. I've seen this before, but I was just like, really, Fredquisha? Fred fucking Quisha. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness. Fred Quisha.
And don't worry, we'll get to her. Austin and Fredquisha are bolstered by their own family and friends who have their own inputs and stakes in the battle. There are side characters that flit in and out, some which are kind of important, some which are not at all important. Basically, it's just episode after episode of this poor child bouncing back and forth between the Watkins and the Pierces, as the two families try to navigate the legal system to attain custody and deal with their own internal drama. It'd come off as very soap opera-ish, if not for one thing. I've reviewed unhinged books on this channel before. Empress Teresa.
That is true. The guy who wrote Empress Teresa is someone who I try not to be. As crazy as I am, I try not to be like Norman Boutine. I try not to be him.
Apocalypse: The Second Coming. But the
oh yeah, Derek Savage, the guy who made fucking Cool Cat. Right.
The thing about those books is that
of course that would be unhinged.
Unintentional. They were written by crazy people who didn't know what they were doing and made asses of themselves.
Well, yeah, I'm also a crazy person, but I know what I'm doing, and who knows? I might make an ass of myself, or I might not when the book finally comes out. I'm leaning the former, if I'm being honest. But honestly, I wrote this. I'm writing the lore book because I think it sounds fun, and it's like I have so many ideas in this head of mine. I wanted to write them down, so why not? Why not? No doubt, I am gonna get it. I am gonna try to have somebody like proof, like do some like checks on my book. I'd send them I'd probably have to revise the outline if that's the case, if I want to send it to somebody. But still.
This book means it. This book's absolute insanity is 100% tailor-made. Quan Mills intended every word of what he wrote.
No shit.
Oh my god, it is glorious. This is the most ludicrous, obscene, jaw-droppingly outrageous book I've ever read. Every paragraph is expertly crafted to just squeeze every last ounce of batshit from each line. An excerpt. The smell tearing apart her nostrils was almost inexpressible. An aromatic melange of fishy pussy, cheap...
An aromatic melange. Really, the word melange.
alcohol, cigarettes, roach spray, fried chicken, piss, booty cheese, must, hair grease, old hair weave, unwashed clothes, rotting food, and pickle juice. It was the fragrance of abject squalor and ratchetry. It just brings a tear to the eye.
Yes, it does.
Disgust. Crippling depression.
Booty cheese!
I've only ever felt
Booty
sick
cheese!
reading 2 books in my life. Nick Cutter's The Troop, and This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib. There's a line in here about mint chocolate ice cream that actually made me...
I know, I'm not reacting much to this. This is just so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny.
Gag, and I'm not going to recite it because I might actually throw up on my microphone. It's
Bruh, okay, yeah. So you have a little constitution to gross out? That's not me. Yeah, just read it. I don't care if you vomit on camera.
Genuinely remarkable, the depths of insanity from which Quan Mills ladles for these descriptions. Wings were so long and thick that motherfucking Roach was offering first-class tickets to fly other crews to Dubai and shit. Her edges from the sides of her head went missing like some white bitch that went jogging in a forest at 3 a.m. Hector was your typical Mexican clicked-up gang member who was serving a 4-year prison sentence for possession. And that's all you need to know about Hector, I guess. Mrs. Watkins saw a group of big, thuggish roaches running a train on some thought roach in the corner.
Some thought roach? Why is thought in all caps? It just means that hoe over there. Why is it in all caps? The font, bro, the font, man, the fucking font. Oh my goodness, the fact that it's Times New Roman, that's some big thuggish roaches running a train on some roach in the corner.
You know, I think there's untapped potential in National Geographic documentaries narrated in the style of Quan Mills. Honey Badger don't care? Nah, give me the thuggish roach train. Speaking of which, the cockroaches have a surprising amount of character development. From the beginning, they're personified as having family and friends, and sometimes they stop what they're doing to observe the human character's turmoil, even...
The only just like that, Zamir took off crying and went into his mother's bedroom. The only onlookers now were the 6 of the 7 roaches off an adjacent wall. Scarred and terrified for the boy. They didn't want to see Fred Quisho harm him because Quimani was the one son that kept them well fed. Wait, what was that? Fred Quisha grabbed Quimami again and looked him dead in the eyes. Go straight to your room and take all your clothes off. Including your underwear.
Fearing for their well-being, and they actually have plot relevance, like significant plot relevance, more so than 90% of the human characters. But we'll get there. And some of these lines I can't even read, not just because they contain certain words that I'm not of the inclination to say, but also because...
You know, I don't care. I've said the N-word on stream before. My N-word pass renews next year. New Year's Day it renews.
Because urban slang in my speaking voice sounds like I'm having a stroke, so we're not even going to go there. Mills also writes in a very self-aware and self-referential manner. Parts of the book feel less like a story and more like the author's commentary on the story he's trying to tell. A female social worker places her hand on Austin's shoulder in a reassuring way, and Quan feels a need to not only inform us it was non-flirtatious, but also reveal in parentheses that she's a lesbian.
She was a lesbian. This book doesn't sound boring, I'll say that.
There's character development, and then there's annotations from the author in the middle of the story. Honestly, that's a shadow move right there. Anytime the word thought is in the text, it's in all caps, as if the author poured all his indignation into each instance of its use.
Thought!
If he breathes, he's a thought! The narrative voice, which is third-person universal, drops the phrase #winning in the middle of the text. We're not just shattering literary conventions here. We're violating their corpses and pissing on their graves. And sign me up, at one point admitted
Oh, fuck no. Fred Quisha's... I can't even read this with a straight face right now. Fred Quisha's pussy was... was gooey and... No. And tight enough to make Nate amp up his strokes. Each knocked the raggedy-ass motel king-size bed headboard produced was rhythmic evidence as to just how good the puss was to Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison? As for disturbing the neighbors, shit, they were probably getting into it too.
particularly...
What the hell is this?
No. Okay. Okay.
Descriptive love scene, Quan calls out whom I assume is his real-life neighbor, a middle-aged white man from Utah named John, alleging that he'd be frightened by the noises of the two characters doinking next door. Oh my lord. John from Utah, if you read this book or watch this video, please don't feel too bad. You were sacrificed on the altar of street lit for a greater purpose. Quan Mills is the wordsmith we need but don't deserve. That much is evident.
I agree.
However, the humor is definitely the highlight of the book. Things start to go a little south from here. For instance, characters. Our protagonist, Austin Watkins, spends most of the book in prison, hearing news through the grapevine, and even when he does get out, his role is mainly to serve as a sponge for the story's themes. It's mostly his mother, Dolores, that instigates a lot of the action on his behalf, and she's probably the best character in the book, but that's kind of a low bar. Maya is about as token a cutesy young girl as you can get, alternating between bright-eyed whimsy and pitiful misery depending on the situation. She too is a sponge for the book's themes, an innocent being caught in the crossfire of selfish deceit. She's called Baby Girl throughout the book about as often as her actual name, sometimes even the narrative voice calls her Baby Girl. I mean, at least
oh,
agreement
shit.
with that. And then there's Fredquisha Pierce, a character who just revels in debauchery,
what was
and at least
that?
we're all in agreement with that. And then there's Fredquisha.
She's about 100 pounds heavier canonically. What?
Pierce, a character who just revels in debauchery and vulgarity.
And so what? If I do it, that's just some more SSI money. I can always use some extra funds. Shit, bitch, I'm trying to buy a Benz next year. Hot and pink, too. Match the color of this fire-ass pussy I'm throwing on this fella. I was tempted to actually read that last word of the sentence.
And is the subject of the most hilarious...
All these motherfucking roaches and shit. I don't feel comfortable reading that next line. No, I don't want to say the Lord's name in vain.
Obscene lines in the book. And you can tell Quan Mills had a lot of fun writing for her and her mother, Evelyn,
No
who's basically
shit.
just a slightly tamer version of her. When he's not throwing her into the most obscene, unflattering situations in every chapter, he'll even stop the story to reiterate how awful of a person she is.
One would think that any opportunity Fred Quisha had to get rid of the girl, she would take it. Oh, and then add in some cash too? But nope, Mumu didn't want to take the risk of having Mia tell her grandmother something that might lead to some sort of child welfare investigation from the city or the state. Then Fred Quisha always wanted to feign she was on some Miss Independent shit. But bitch, you dependent on the state? The fuck? Anyways.
Look, he even acknowledges that he's going off on a tangent. Good golly gosh, this book. She's pure cartoon,
Anyways.
even say caricature, yet another sponge for the book's themes. She
Oh my, imagine if I invited Amalgamite to read. This hoe got roaches in her crib. She doesn't respond to my messages on Discord, let alone Twitter, but still. I've had enough liquor to at least say that. I think it would be really funny to see her reaction to that. Is that Goblin's book? No, it isn't, Cairo. No, it isn't. But I want to read This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib with Amalgamite. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And it also drum up some good PR for T-Man.
Receive the brunt of.
I mean, after all, we are both sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure Tea. Use code ScurvyRum at checkout for 10% off your entire order on various anime-themed teas and coffees and soaps. Or you could click the affiliate link down in the description and start ordering away.
Of Quan Mills' attention, which unfortunately segues into the more glaring problems with this book. Apparently, Mills spends anywhere from a few months.
How long does it take for you to write a book? Sometimes I could write a book in less than a week? Dude, it's taking me a while to write my lore book. Longer than 3 months.
To a few days writing each of his books, and boy does it show. When you get past the insane, out-of-pocket humor, the novel has the subtlety intact of a drive-by shooting. Some scenes go on for much longer than they have to, and the ones that don't feature Fred Quisha or the more salacious characters, you really start to feel how dragged out they are. Other times the prose just flat-out explains character motivations.
But damn, didn't Denisha know just from a cursory glance of Evelyn's apartment that it was nasty as shit? This is what happens when you try to have neighbors watch your children for the low.
Why a person or scene is bad. Simply laying out thoughts and explanations in place of a properly formatted story makes for a quicker and easier.
He's more efficient than I am, that's for sure, Nimrod.
Writing process, sure, but it also comes off as tacky and kind of lazy. I get this isn't exactly high art we're dealing with here, but you can cut out most, if not all of it, and still make the same point. Additionally, there's writing errors on almost every page. Sometimes character names are swapped. At one point, a corrections officer reminisces on his daughter Christina, who died of leukemia, only for him to reminisce again 2 pages later, but she's named Mariah for some reason. Either that, or Officer Clayton had 2 daughters who both contracted leukemia and died at the exact same time at the age of 28. And surprisingly, that's not the most impossible thing in this book. The paragraphs at the end of chapter 18 repeat at the beginning of chapter 19, and at what possible thing in this book. The paragraphs.
There is a way you could make this work. I don't think Quan is equipped to make that.
19, and at one point there is a to be continued, only for the plot line to continue literally the next page. Why? Why do we need a to be continued in the middle of an ongoing story? Does the audience really need a cliffhanger ending between one page and the next page? Like, you really had to build the anticipation of turning the page.
The words will make
Again, Quan Mills does not strike me as a crazy person, unlike other authors I've featured on this channel, so he's probably aware of his errors and revels in the sort of charm they add to the writing. However, there is one big part of this book that I literally have no idea how to process. So remember, amid all the insanity, there is this ongoing custody battle that will determine the fate of an innocent 6-year-old girl. And, spoiler alert, Maya ends up getting
thank you, Cairo.
Hospitalized in the 3rd act and dies from her condition. And what condition was that exactly? Really prep yourselves for this, folks. Like, turn up the volume, adjust your perches, steel your minds for this oncoming collection of words. Ready? Rapid onset bacterial meningitis from the triple OG chief roach of a gang of hood roaches who bit her in the face because she didn't have food for him. So,
what kind of cause of death is that?
ignoring the fact that a cockroach bite can't pierce human skin, the paradigm incident that puts this girl in the hospital brings all the characters together and manifests as this heart-crushingly tragic episode.
In and around the lake, mountains come out of the sky, their road. Fred Quisha fucking dies. Oh, hell yeah!
Was caused by a hangry hood roach. I legitimately have no idea what to make of this. The book's been unsteadily balancing black comedy and social commentary this whole time, but here the comedy oversteps its bounds and just takes a knife to the story and tone. Maya's suffering and death are treated with, I'd say, an appropriate amount of gravitas. But when the circumstances that lead up to it are this absurd, it comes off as awkward and, well, crude. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but again, this is supposed to be the emotional zenith of the story, the culmination of all the themes and
T-Dragon, T-Man said he might be interested, but not this month. I imagine Christmas season is super busy for him. Yeah, next year is fine too. It's not like something immediate.
Following this whole time.
This book makes me hate roaches more than I already did. Quan is a genius.
And there's something dissatisfying about it being instigated by a hood roach with super jaws. And of course, all these trials, shenanigans, and flagrant displays of ratchetry lead to the novel's ultimate message.
Ratchetry!
Love thy neighbor. Wow.
Wait, what?
The novel's ultimate message. Love thy neighbor.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow. This
Love thy neighbor.
Is brought to you by Triple
Ratchetry.
OG Chief Roach. And that was This Hoe Got Roaches in Her Crib.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, man. That is too funny. I'll be right back, and then we'll get to our next Twitter segment. I need to take a breather. Let's see. So what did he bet to lose to read that? Hold on. I'm actually going to send a bit of a message on the server. Sorry, I had to send a bit of a message in the server. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. The fact of just this whole story, man, you know, this hoe got roaches in her crib. It got me fucked up, man. It got me fucked up. Actually, I noticed the time that we're at right now. I actually gotta cut something for this, ironically. So, we're gonna go on to the next segment. Wiz, the Tinder app for kids, exposes kids to predators. Congress must act. Wiz, the Tinder for kids? What? I'm sorry. What? I wonder who made that kind of app. Well, let me hum something up for you guys. Gee, I wonder. Let's see. Gundam says, how did this even make it to the App Store? Kaguya's Top Gal says, why does a Tinder for kids even exist? And it is true. This is the most liked comment on the whole thread. Fucking ratioed. Kangman Lee says, this shouldn't exist in the first place. What the fuck is this? Azrael says, what the, and stay with here, the absolute fuck. White American says, what an odd thing to say. Santa Decides says, what have I just stumbled on? The fucking what app, says Mr. Reply. Oh wait, that is a bigger like to, you know, ratio thing to Kaguya. There's already a grinder for kids. It's called Grinder. Tinder for kids into the fucking wood chipper. Okay, yeah, I think that's gonna be the shortest. Santa stumbles on the weirdest things. Oh man. The average minimum age for most of these apps is 12. Honestly, this whole thing, Wiz. Seriously, why is it called Wiz? That's like a street slang for piss. Like back in like the 2000s. Why did you call it Wiz? It's like, no shit, it exposes kids to predators. There's probably no there's probably no sort of vetting thing at all on here. Let's see, Dusty, you linked me something? Oh. Oh! Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why you linked me that, Dusty. Tinder app for kids. Who could have made that? I've seen what the guy looks like, and yes, he is Jewish. Gee, I wonder. Gee whiz, huh? Okay, we're gonna move on to our next segment here, our next video segment. It's from Better Bachelor. Haven't seen him in a hot minute, but I will check my notifications because why not? Anyways, we'll get back to the video segment here. My items are bouncing. Why did they allow it to exist? That is a good question, Dusty. Why did they allow an app like Wiz to exist? I wonder. Anyways, we have a video here from Better Bachelor. We let women become everything, so they just became gross.
Guys, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. You know what amazes me? You just can't fix stupid.
We're gonna speed up by 1.25%.
Stupid. That is my thumbnail for this one. What amazes me is how many...
Let's see. Porn star Bonnie Blue faces up to 15 years in jail after being detained over bang bus stunt in Bali. For hearing about that. They'll never change. But I'm glad she's arrested. I'm very much glad. That's one less whore in the world. One less menace. But funnily enough, that actually does bring me to a meme that I found literally before I started the stream. Is it possible that Bonnie Blue is from another planet and she's here to collect human DNA to take back to her home planet? What the fuck? That's hilarious. That's truly hilarious. And she kind of does look like an alien too. Oh my goodness. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me, dude. Anyways, let's get back to the video, shall we?
Stories I have to look at every day that say Andrew Tate and the manosphere and toxic masculinity and the patriarchy and all the evil things that have anything to do with men. Yet, when you've got a woman like this that is literally now facing 15 years in jail after being detained over the bang bus stunt in Bali, this is spicy content creator Bonnie Blue. The only people I ever hear talking about her and women that are on OnlyFools and women that are putting themselves out there to do all the things for money, the only people that really talk about this is men. Of course, that includes red pill content. Men and married women. And not even that many married women. For the most part, it's men calling this stuff out, reading these stories, and saying how gross and awful this is. Where?
Well, yeah, in regards to that, Joker, it's because we're not scared to call out kosher propaganda like it is. Again, Bonnie Blue is Jewish. She is Jewish. I'm not lying about that. I think, actually, no, by both religious and blood.
Where are all the quote-unquote conservative women to push back against trash like this?
I could be wrong.
So Bonnie Blue, if you don't know,
but
Tina Beale,
Jewish.
I think her name is, something like that. Well, they say her real name in here. Anyway, what's her real name? Tia Billinger, that's what it is. So anyway, she decides to go to a Muslim country, which is, wait for it, conservative, and also, wait for it, very religious. And then she decides to hook up with 15 Australian guys. And the guys have been released. She's still in jail and probably...
Yeah, get fucked, Bonnie Blue. You deserve it.
You're going to be held there.
And, no, I'm not exactly a fan of the fact that, these guys are just wasting, their sex lives on whores like Bonnie Blue. I mean, I get it, but I'm not exactly happy about it, if at all.
At least till January or February. So her holiday season will be spent behind bars in Indonesia.
Get fucked,
I really do question what kind of world we live in nowadays. I really do.
Clown world, honk honk.
Girls, when I was in school, girls were so afraid to have, if a girl hooked up with 2 different guys in high school, maybe 3, she'd make sure to tell those guys.
Why would you go to one of the most strict anti-porn countries to tape porn? That's like dealing cocaine in a police department.
Don't tell anybody. I don't want anybody thinking I'm easy or anything like this. And now you have a woman who's out here who's been kicked out of countries, had her...
Not gonna lie, I've been wanting to do another stream of just about how crazy feminism has gotten. I haven't really found much of an opportunity to do so, so you could say this is salvaging a scrapped stream idea of mine. That's a biohazard.
Visa revoked to various countries. I think it was in
Southeast
Asia. And now she's arrested to make money doing spicy content, really spicy content. And somehow this isn't a big deal to women. They just don't want to talk about this. I don't know. We let women become anything. and women decided to become gross. And
yep.
Police in Bali are yet to release additional information following the arrest last week of controversial Only Fools model Bonnie Blue and 17 male tourists, including 15 Australians who have been since released on suspicion of breaching Indonesia's strict anti-spicy content law. Australians, do better. I know you guys listening to me aren't the ones, but still, Australians do better. If prosecuted and found guilty under the law, Blue, whose real name is Tia Billinger, and who gained fame for hooking up with 1,057 dudes in 12 hours in a documentary about her career, faces up to 15 years imprisonment in Indonesia and fines up to 6 billion rupiah, or rupiah? I guess rupee?
Yeah.
Approximately $541,000, which are the maximum penalties. I hope, please, Indonesia, give her at least a couple years. Seriously. No, give her just long enough. How old is she anyway? 20? She's 20 something, right? Hold her in jail just long enough where she hits the age that no one wants to watch her content anymore, and we've had enough time to make AI make this kind.
No, yeah, post-nut. You think the triple-digit body counts of most women these days is bad? She's in the 4 digits.
Kind of content where it looks realistic enough that people will stop paying for this crap. This. You want to talk about what destroys societies? It's not the patriarchy. It's not men and masculinity. It's this stuff. It is legitimately this stuff.
This is stuff that literally happened in Weimar, Germany, mind you. Maybe not to the number of men, in 12 hours. But certainly something like this was happening in that period.
That ruins societies. And hit her for all 541,000. That'll at least be, I don't know, 3 to 6 months of her income, which is a penalty bad enough since it seems she has no morals on anything. Maybe taking her money away and jailing her for a little while would actually stop the craziness. We need to do that here in the United States as well. A large cache of...
Yeah, not gonna lie. I wouldn't be surprised if... I remember hearing a bit of a conspiracy theory about her, quote unquote, that she might be a he, and that that he transitioned to a she. I think there might be some merit to that. That's just me. I remember learning about that a while back. I mean, you can take a look at the face. I mean, no, look at this picture right here. That looks like a 5. That looks like a little bit of balding right there.
Items including professional cameras, mountains of birth control.
He, she, it's an alien.
ED, a small blue ute with the words Bonnie Blue Spang Bus painted across the front and side, in addition to content creators' own Instagram account in which she can be seen soliciting schoolies, which are guys just at the age of 18 in school for spicy content, were seized by police in Bali, followed a tip-off by a concerned citizen. Thank you, concerned citizen. I wish there were more concerned citizens that would stop this. I don't know how old she is, but we need to stop. You know what's weird? I gotta say, if people ask me what type of person, like politics and I was small L libertarian, you want to let your freak flag fly. Let me try that again. You want to let your freak flag fly. You do you. I don't really care as long as it doesn't impact other people. But I never thought it would go this far. I never thought things would go this insane to where people are just like, you know what?
Well, yeah, Joker, it's Weimar. Naturally, we're living in not even just Weimerica, but Western civilization, where everything is insanely sexually charged. But the people who actually need to have sex are not having sex, and populations are not being replaced, via birth. They are being replaced via mass migration. That aside, it's like, it's just a bunch of bullshit. And I remember when this chick, quote unquote, maybe allegedly, said that she, quote unquote, allegedly, was having a baby. Or was that the other whore? I fucking forget. Global Gomorrah. Global Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what's happening. That is what's happening, Dusty. You're 100% correct. urge not to spurg over why mass immigration is happening, faltering.
I don't care anymore. I'm going to do it all, which is ironically forcing me more to the right. I'm starting to be like, maybe we do need to have morality laws. Maybe we do need to have some activities banned from being done. And
based when even someone like Joker is saying it's like, advocating for the stuff that I advocate for, it's like, things are fucking bad. Things are truly fucking bad. When you want, no more OnlyFans, no more Jewish subversion of our women's sexuality. Yeah, fuck your freak flag, burn it. When someone like Joker wants to burn that, wants to get rid of, just burn the freak flags, that tells you something. We need to have Christian morality laws again like we did before Jews repealed them.
And I don't want to be that guy, but when people are this crazy,
hey, I'm happy to be that guy.
Literally becoming a public nuisance with their vagine and bobs, I think we got to kind of put a stop to it, legitimately. According to Philo Delano, a managing partner at PNB Immigration, a law firm in Jakarta specializing in helping foreigners deal with Indonesian immigration and legal matters. If found guilty, Blue will probably be deported and banned from ever entering Indonesia again, rather than be prosecuted.
Oh, come on. No, she deserves to be in prison.
Please hold her. Please imprison her. She's being detained by the police, which means they can proceed to prosecute her. But in my opinion, this is an invisible hand that requests she be deported. She can still be transferred to the nearest immigration office from where she can be deported from Indonesia. She said, or he said,
yeah, the only way that Bonnie Blue could ever salvage herself, quote unquote, allegedly, is to be a nun. That's it. I mean, she needs to, she can't ever date anybody. She can't ever marry anybody. And I think she was about to marry somebody, or was that the other horde? Like Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue, they're so interchangeable, really. They kind of look the same. I think, they're both Jewish in some flavor. They're both disgusting individuals. They're so interchangeable. Islam has a lot wrong. I love bacon. Morality police isn't one of them. Well, Islam's morality police, it can't ever properly be enforced because it's being enforced by dysgenics. She has connections if she's getting deported. Well, I mean, she lives in England.
This type of industry, the spicy content, there's always someone or an organization that controls it to make a profit. So it may not be straightforward for her to be prosecuted in Indonesia, the immigration lawyer explained. Maybe that means there's some palms that can be greased. I don't know how Indonesia works, but in some countries you can, even here in the United States, there's some people that if you pay enough money, Jeffrey, excuse me, Epstein.
Islam has religious police, not morality police. Yeah, that's also true.
If you pay enough money, you can get away with a lot of really heinous things. So maybe it's that.
Yeah, you could also get away with a lot under the Islamic police too. If you're Muslim.
Way in Indonesia as well. Here she is with her schoolies in Bali in this photo. So gross. Gentlemen do better. And it's funny that, they do mention in here that they do have ED medication, which is kind of crazy. You're filming with a bunch of 18-year-old dudes. How gross are you as a woman? How gross are you that you need to bring ED drugs for men to be with you because you're that gross? Just stop it. Stop it. And if you remember, they did a documentary on her about the filming of this. The cameraman said it was the grossest thing he'd ever seen, and she was crying afterwards. And then the guy that was doing the interview was like, "Man, I really feel bad for her. Like she's 7 ways messed up. Perhaps it's the reason she came here in the first place." Delano theorized, because if something bad happened, as it has, she could be deported easily. But now that it's all over the media, the authorities might decide to first let the situation calm down and then release her in January or February of next year. He added, it's not the first case in Bali where foreigners have come and been accused of creating spicy content, and the outcome in each case has depended on the strength of the invisible hand behind the foreigners.
What the fuck?
Which again makes it sound like if it was just a girl doing a one-off, she'd probably be in a lot of trouble. But if there's industry, if she's got enough money, if she's tied in with some of these big corporations,
no shit, she has money. No fucking shit she does. Of course, she's gonna be able to make bail anyways. Like, I mean, Singapore is a relatively wealthy nation. Like, especially if you look at, like, you know, Singapore City itself. It is very wealthy, but they do like their money. They very much do.
Maybe she'll get out. I hope they at least hold her for a few months. Like some sort. This is why
I agree. There should be some form of accountability here.
Everything's falling apart. This is why I keep talking about it. When you let criminals just do crime and they're not held accountable, politicians skim and they insider trade, and they do a bunch of bad things and they aren't held responsible. And then you got illegal immigrants coming across the border. They get to stay, and then on top of that, they're stealing our Medicare, our Medicaid, our money, our food stamps that are meant for the poor, and the illegal immigrants are getting it. When all this keeps happening, people at a certain point feel like, well, the system's broken. There's no trust in the system. They're not going to hold anybody accountable to anything. I might as well just be like everybody else and just be lawless.
There's a reason why more and more people are resorting to that. It's sad, but it's like, I get it. I wholeheartedly get it. I can't endorse it, but I get it. It's like society is falling apart in real time.
And just cheat, lie, and steal because everybody else is. What good is it for the honest man?
And especially if you're living in a big city, it's like that's how everybody gets by: lying, cheating, and deceiving. That's what happened to me. I was the victim of being lied to, and deceived.
And to be honest, when the world is full of thieves, it's really starting to feel like that. And if they just let her go, once again, it's going to be another instance of somebody that can do something horrible and not pay any price for it. They say in September, a 44-year-old American woman identified by the initials JRG was deported from Indonesia after being arrested and detained in Bali for hosting an intimacy master retreat at a luxury villa in the tourist precinct. The paid class attended by participants from several countries included, quote, lessons on bedroom activity and was deemed to be a misuse of JRG's visa on arrival, which prohibits commercial activities and violates Indonesia's norms and laws. Last September, a Ukrainian woman identified by the initials VR
What the hell is this?
toddler were deported after VR, who was residing in Bali on a limited stay permit as an investor, was arrested at a villa in Ubud where she was allegedly filming spicy content. Man, isn't...
Wow. Wow.
What the hell is this?
Just wow.
Isn't that just the rub? Ukrainian men right now are literally being blown away by drones to where the last men on the battlefield are going to be the drunks and toothless elderly. And in the meantime, the girls are rocking off to Bali to get extra money and filming spicy content in another country. Must be good to be a woman.
Wow. Just wow. Yeah, there's a reason why I consider Ukrainian to be a red flag these days. Like, especially if I hear an accent, it's like, oh, she's from Ukraine. Yeah, red flag. She probably already is a kid. Probably just wants to use me for money. Yeah, no, pass.
The list of similar cases goes on and on. In December 24 and March 2023, several Russian nationals involved in spicy content were arrested in Bali and deported for violating their residence permits. One of the most high-profile cases notice it's all women. It's always women doing this. Always women. One of the most high-profile cases took place in May 2022 when Russian yogi influencer Alina Fazlieva and her husband were deported and banned from re-entering Indonesia for 6 months after she posed for spicy photos on Kayu Pitu, a giant 700-year-old tree. A lawyer with...
I'm sorry, what?
What the hell is this?
What? Okay, let me look up a picture of the tree real quick for a reference. Okay. What's the tree called? Let's see. Caillou. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh wait, no. Kayaputi tree. Ah, yes, I know this tree. I know this tree. Okay. Okay. So this is the tree in question. This is the tree in question. And some chick was filming some like weird shit in here. How evil is that? Like honestly, how evil is that?
Malikat Hakum, international law firm in Bali, said Blue may not simply be deported. In my opinion, as a legal practitioner, any foreign national suspect of violating Law 44 of 2008 concerning this kind of content can be prosecuted in Indonesia. TurnipToldNews.com. This is based on the principles of
it seems like they established this law before things got too out of control. Good on Singapore. Good on Singapore.
Territoriality, namely that every person who is within the country or territory of Indonesia is obligated to submit to Indonesian law without exception. If proven to have created, displayed, or distributed the content in Indonesia, the perpetrator may be charged with a threat of imprisonment or up to 12 years. Under certain conditions, law enforcement officials may also apply the ITE law, Indonesia's primary legislation, and decency provisions in the criminal code. He explained and added that the police decision could go either way. If the evidence is strong, the case can be prosecuted through the criminal court, but it is considered more appropriate from an administrative standpoint. Yes, then the government may just carry out deportation through the...
Singapore is also the country that will literally cane you to death for smuggling in drugs. This isn't too surprising. I think they're being rather merciful here. And, you know, as a Christian, right, you know, mercy is absolutely a good thing. You should be merciful. But you know, certain things I don't think justify that. I think what Bonnie Blue is doing deserves harsher punishment. Not an axe, but certainly something really, that will make her regret ever doing that in Singapore.
The immigration authority.
That's just my thoughts.
This gal is going to go down in the record books for multiple reasons. The main one is going to be stupidity and greed and grossness. I don't think that's actually the way you want to go down in history as perhaps the grossest woman that ever lived. And to be quite frank, stupid. How many countries does she need to be kicked out of because of this trying to film content? I don't know. What are the comments? And someone else say she'll be crying.
Wait, what was that cuckold comment?
She's trying to film content. I don't know.
I don't understand the hate. She's an incredible actress and has won awards for her performances. Her movies are well produced, and the casting of her co-stars and supporting cast are among... You have got to be shitting me. You have got to be shitting me. Let's see. Dusty says, mercy to this type of crime. Preying on children with the barely legal bit, taking any young guy off the street. Yeah. I have a problem with this. For sure. Because imagine if a guy were to do that. What would the reaction be? And keep in mind, Scurvy likes the younger women. But I would not ever try to exploit, I would not try to exploit a freshman in college like Bonnie Blue is doing with those guys. I just wouldn't.
I don't know. What are the comments? And someone else says she'll be crying and begging the State Department intervene for her, and I hope they say no. She knew the rules and flaunted them. Actions have consequences.
Well, yeah, that's also true. It's just, I do like them legal age. The thing is with Bonnie Blue, and even then, I have rules about if somebody is like 18, they have to be like 3 months out of high school. They'd have to have graduated high school, so to speak, and they'd have to have been 3 months out. And if they haven't graduated high school, well, sorry, you gotta wait till you're 19. I got rules like that. I wouldn't. I think the what is it like in regards to Australia? It's like 16. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's very fucked up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Those are Australian guys that she tried to get with. they might be 15 or 16. Barely legal in that country is probably a little different. Than America? Because in America, that means like somebody who has just turned 18.
Though, do they? This probably is the most upvoted. She's gross and not too bright either. When Indonesia do as the Indonesians do, or when in Indonesia do as the Indonesians do. I remember years ago some kid got caned in Singapore for making graffiti. That was a penalty under law. Not all countries are like the USA where it seems you can flout the law without consequences. I think a public caning would be fine. I'd be down for a public caning just so long as she's fully clothed, because no one wants to see any more of Bonnie Blue, I have a feeling.
Yep. I think we get the point behind this one. I will be right back, and then we'll get to our next Twitter segment, which will probably only just be a few minutes. Take this time to unwind just a little. We were watching this whole thing frustrated me to high hell, so I'm gonna take a teensy bit of time to relax a little bit. Okay. I am back. Wario is back! Okay, I will take a look-see at my Twitter notifications first. Anyways. So this next post I have here for I think it's like the last Twitter segment of the night. So we have this post here from Permaband, somebody who I have very relentlessly canceled before, but I'm willing to give a bit of a pardon for this take. It's in regard to what's been happening in the VTuber community about that like the burnt peanut guy. Totally not an industry plant, everyone. He's totally not an industry plant. Yeah, I don't think Bandman really likes me either, but hey, a good take is a good take. That's kind of my opinion. Basically, let's read it here. What happened to Kitsu the past day showed me that Peanut was not the cause, but the excuse. There are people who hate all VTubers with frothing rage. They do not care how good or bad you are as a person. To some of them, they just want to see those they don't like just suffer. I see where you're going with that, Dusty. I hope it might be something else, but in not in regards to ending somebody. I hope it's not that. But anyways, it's like the take. I agree with this. I will say now that a few days have passed, Burnt Peanut, his whole grift. It's like he's not even like. he really does not like us VTubers. Like, he really doesn't. And also, like, a lot of the things that he said in the past is like about us are also true. Even though he won Best VTuber of the Year. I don't know. The whole thing it's so fucking retarded, and I really don't care much about the peanut. I just think that it's like, again, he's not a VTuber. He despises us. He doesn't even understand what makes a VTuber. I was of the opinion that it's like, oh, you know, technically he is, you know, on technicality, but it's just like looking at it now and seeing what he said about us as of late, it's just like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't say that you're a VTuber. You hate us and you're just, you know, and you also think that the harassment of us VTubers is justified. Yeah, I can't exact, and you know, yeah, I agree, Dusty. Burnt Peanut is a lol cow. Yeah, I know he was like, oh, he said faggot one time on a stream. He was like, oh no, I'm gonna get banned. He did get banned because Twitch is a coward's platform. You can't really say what you're actually thinking on there. Even on YouTube, you could at least say that on a stream, but he's like, oh no, I'm gonna lose favor with the LA crowd, you know, the Hassan Piker crowd. That's what was going through his mind at the time. I don't know. It's clear that Burnt Peanut does not like VTubers like myself. He is, you know, he's a lol cow in his own right. I just think we need to move on. It happened. We could rip on him, but I think we need to move on. You know, story's dead. Focus on other things. That's better for the VTuber community. Let's see. Gotcha. I see. You wanted to send me a song, Dusty. Okay, we're basically done with all the Twitter segments for the night. So let's move on to our next. So we're done with all the Twitter segments for the night. We got 2 more, so let's get started with this one.
I've got recommended this video. Shoutouts to Kevin. And let's get into it. It says, the crisis nobody is talking about.
Angry young men.
All right, extreme.
Radicalized young men.
Young boys
being radicalized online.
If you're a man, doesn't it feel like every woman hates you? The data proves you're right. Young women are way more progressive than men at the same age.
Yeah, women do hate us. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know, young women do hate young men.
More men are being painted as becoming radical and far-right extremists. Why is this happening? In this video, we're going to follow the data, the incentives, the institutions, and the history to figure out how the gender divide actually happened, why it's accelerating, and what we can do before you grow old and single. Take a look at the collapsing birth rates. A stable society needs 2.1 children per woman just to survive, but the female fertility rate in the United States, Canada, the UK, France, Germany, and Italy are all sitting at numbers way below replacement.
Don't even get me started on South Korea and Japan. Ooh, they hate us. It's not just the young ones. Generational trauma. Yeah, the old. Holy shit. So Nimrod. You know, you might have heard this before, right? Older women. About older women, how they influence the younger ones to hate men. Like the older single women. You might have heard that one. It's like, oh, hate men because. Do you know why they do that? Do you know why they tell the younger ones to hate men? It's so the older ones can have a chance. It's so the older ones can have a chance at reproduction. That's basically why they do that. And look at where that's getting us. Feminism, all the way back in the 1920s, was created by both the FBI and a bunch of old Jewish broads who were just like, oh, fuck men, we want to destroy the family, oy vey goyim, and it worked.
But one thing is clear, this is a crisis, and this is the most concerning data I've ever covered on this channel. This is why. Listen, I'll say the quiet part out loud that nobody wants to say. According to the data, the ideological shift is overwhelmingly happening on the female side.
Yeah, I can't stand Sabrina Carpenter. Disgusting individual. Disgusting, blasphemous individual.
Not the male side.
But I think I'm just too old or something. I'm like, why is anyone married? You tell me, why aren't people married?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal. No one talks about that, especially after the last election. There's a 45.
And you know what? Nick is right. He is 100% right. It's the women. The reason why people don't want to get married is the women. I've been saying this since I started on YouTube, before I started doing live streams. It's the women. It really is. It's the women. They've many of them have become far too liberal. They're basically pains in the ass of like everyone. It's like, how else, if the guys are being more conservative and the women are becoming more liberal, how do stable families come from that? How can that happen? It can't.
Point difference.
The reason for that is not what you think. Here's where things get interesting and honest.
A lot of them doing too much. It's biblical, really. Plenty of parables about it. Also
a
true.
little bit bizarre
Also
because
true,
baked
Nimrod.
into this narrative of men becoming misogynists and radicalized is a paradox that I'm about to expose to you. The story you always hear is the same. Men are becoming radicalized. Men are falling into extremism. The manosphere is brainwashing young boys. But here's the contradiction, and this is the part that absolutely nobody wants to acknowledge for some reason. Men's ideology hasn't actually shifted that much. They've stayed roughly where they were about 10, 15, or even 20 years ago on many of the major points. And even compared to
Yeah, there's a few exceptions like myself who don't even like talk the party line in regards, Scurvy's right wing. I'm not talking Republican talking points. Oh, well, not really. If I do, then it's like, oh, there's probably something underlying that's actually far right, that's actually interesting to me. But for the most part, yeah, I don't talk the party line. I have no reason to. I'm a monarchist after all. It's like, yeah, just like you, Dusty. You and I were alike in that regard.
To 100, 200, 300, and so on years ago, they're not radically different. A little bit more progressive, but not radically. The study we looked at earlier isn't the only one noticing this caked-in trend. That's not my opinion.
Yep, I am a monarchist. The only line with modern stuff is the idea of a nation-state, basically.
This is Pew, Gallup, YouGov, take your pick. So think about this logically. If men stayed the same and women moved, why...
And that's just in regards to writing. In regards to actual civilization, nation states have always been a thing. It's just how it's written, how that phenomenon is written is more modern.
The entire culture narrative focused on the male radicalization. Well, because of one thing. There is an agenda. They have made it clear to us. And if they didn't want us to believe that, they wouldn't be saying it. In 2019, the American Psychological Association released an official guideline declaring that traditional masculinity, stoicism, competitiveness, leadership, risk-taking is inherently harmful. The United Nations...
This dude's crushing.
The one thing I can kind of agree with that is like competition. Because what happens in competition... Oh, well, hold on. So what's happening right now is that there is a sense of competition. Not a healthy sense of competition where it's like, guys trying to be better at each other in like a sport or something, or even in the professional world. What's happening is that guys are competing with each other for women. And that's because hypergamy has been so enabled in this society, especially when the internet is a thing. It's like, the phrase, hoes, hold on, bros before hoes, does not matter anymore. It just doesn't. It just fucking doesn't. So many guys are willing to be sneaky. Like, there's not, like, nowadays, there's not even the bro code. Like, when I was in undergrad, when I was 18, right? I'm 25 now. When I was 18, there was still such a thing as the bro code. The bro code is, you don't go after, you don't go after girls that that your friends are interested in. That's the bro code. It's that simple. The modern idea is that people are just cogs that you could take out and change with others, and it'd be the same nation. When no, and I agree, that's not actually the case at all. The cogs matter. What the cogs are matters wholeheartedly.
It so far. What's his channel name? Just so everybody knows. Lungs of Faith. So far, he's hitting all the points.
Through the he for she movement teaches that global gender problems originate primarily from male behavior.
Looks very chosen to me.
Patterns. Corporate advertising in HR, from Gillette to Nike to Dove, constantly portray men as violent, impulsive, or...
Wow, well, if you look at the Gillette ad, right?
HR, from Gillette to Nike.
It's the, you know, the white guy is the one who's like, ooh, yeah, ooh, I'm gonna shoot my shot with that one. And it's the black guy that's preventing him from, from doing that, right? There is, thinking about it now, there is that racial component for sure.
Constantly portray men as violent, impulsive, or in need of ideological correction, all the while presenting women as morally superior. And academia, especially gender studies programs, since
that chick at the fucking punching bag. Yeah, she's cute. I could kick her ass in a fight. Even if she's like professional, it's like one punch to the face, right? And considering that I'd be faster than her, it's like, oh wow, she's trying to do some funny movement thing. It's like, oh, punch to the gut, disabled, and then wham, whack to the face.
The 1980s have built its entire framework on the idea that masculinity is a political problem that must be dismantled and re-engineered. So the message is...
Now, men are a problem. The message was men are toxic, men are fundamentally broken, women are superior, and the only redeemable quality for a man is to cut his balls off or his dick off, to become a eunuch, to become...
Exactly, Bo. Exactly. That's the messaging that us guys have been receiving for decades. And do you see how eventually, like, there would be a generation of men who would be tired of that? I'm glad that it's my generation. I'm tired of being told, the only way you could ever be a good man is to chop off your balls, metaphorically or physically, and just be a eunuch. It's like, no, I'm not going to be a fucking eunuch. That's a bad deal. And that's not a good formula for relationships.
Become anything but what he used to be, what represents real power, masculine nature, competition, stoicism, civilization building, creators of
friendly competition, I should add.
Everything around us. That is what they're attacking. They want to usher in a new world order of new modern males, new males that eat their bug sandwiches, that say yes, sir, to tyrannical governments, that will never rebel or lead a revolution, that are good little piggies for society. They will work to the bone, get paid absolutely nothing, get taxed to death, and then furthermore enslaved by women to go into the...
Yeah, and men like Pierce think everybody should be a two-faced cuck. Surprisingly common attitude with his generation. Well, yeah, Pierce is a boomer. That was like, happy wife, happy life. That's very much a boomer adage. Wholeheartedly, that's a boomer adage. I, on the other hand, I'm not going to follow that advice, and I have a feeling my marriage is going to be a lot happier than any sort of boomer marriage. I'm going to be the one with the pants of the relationship. My woman is not. That's how I'm going to go about things. I think, I'm going about how St. John Chrysostom has outlined how relationships go according to the Bible.
These death of marriages where they end up being husks of their former selves while the state reinforces the rape of your wallet, your mentality, your masculinity. And men are now rising up in tandem and saying, we've had enough. We're seeing what's happening to women. Men are having to come up with stupid solutions just to live the life their grandfathers lived. Passport bros. You have to go overseas to find anything considered decent for a woman. Femininity does not exist in the modern world anymore.
Yeah, thanks, Jews. You did that. You caused something so devastating that like guys with any sort of value have to move out of their country just to find any sort of prospect to continue their genetic lineage. Like, seriously, how fucked is that? And I'm not talking about just like, you're moving to another white country to have like, white babies. We're talking about just, the guys going to like, the Philippines and all that just to find like a decent woman. And even then, the women in the Philippines have their own issues. They're probably not virgins. Again, they're not perfect, but they're better than Western women. The Western woman has a body count of 100 by the time she's 30. At least the women in the Philippines, by the time they're 22, their body count, it might be 5 at the most, or 10 at the most. Nobody says happy husband, happy life. You'll get weird looks for it too, like you're an alien. I gotta post that sometime on Twitter, man. I gotta say just happy husband, happy life. Again, I think the welfare of the husband is more important because he's the one who steers the ship.
In the West, they're masculine, they walk like men, they cut their tits off, they say men should be decentered from their lives, that anything a man touches turns to shit. What are men good for, like a fish in a bicycle? They've been fed feminist propaganda with extremely toxic feminine qualities. Toxic femininity is rampant today. It's not toxic masculinity, it's toxic femininity. It's infected the workforce, it's infected politics, it's infected corporate America. It's infected all our governance. We cannot talk honestly. We cannot say certain things about society.
But I'll read it. Dude, I just watched some 3 gameplay. It's like kind of does. Just mine. It just very graphically looks good, but it plays. Man, it probably plays like one. Again, if you were looking for good turn-based RPGs that play like Claire Obscure Expedition 33, just play the Mario and Luigi series.
Everybody's feelings are hurt. We have to tone police every single aspect of our lives and apologize for ourselves and open up our borders and watch our women get raped, our young men being killed. We have to invite savages, invaders, the barbarians, let them in and also get on our knees.
Also, my mic is spurging out sometimes. I'm doing a lot of moving right now. For one reason or another. Yeah, I'm moving back and forth. I probably should move my chair closer if I'm going to be doing that.
And thank them for coming and diversifying us with some tikka masala. And then the boomers are all wondering, why aren't people getting married anymore? Our institutions are crumbling. Science has been politicized. You force young men into a
I can't stand still. I'm autistic, bitch.
World where they're hated, especially young white men. And you're wondering why the graph is skewing so much? And then they've brainwashed and captivated.
Wonder who the most right-wing men in the world are. I would not be surprised if it was like white men. I would not be surprised by that at all.
All the minds of women with TikTok, with Instagram, and turned our women into whores. They get on the internet for $5 a month to show their bodies. They don't want a husband. $5 a month to show their bodies off to strange men is seen as a lifestyle flex today. And to have sex with 30 dudes before you even graduate high school is seen as you being sexually liberated and free and a boss babe. Everything wrong in school is seen as you being gay. And to have sex with 30 dudes before you even graduate high school is seen as you being sexually liberated and free and a boss babe. Everything.
It's worse than 30, Bo. I remember Chronic going over some horror stories of I think he was talking about like how chicks were losing their V card when they're like 12. Like, that's fucking horrific, man. That's like, geez, man. I don't even know how to really think about that. Even like 2 years later, it's horrific. It's like, no, you're not meant to be having sex at that age. You're not. You're just not. There's a reason why we have the standard at 18. It's because at least you know some like general knowledge about the world. Like that was kind of the point of high school, is that you learn about how the world works. You'd have some basic information. You know how to do some more complicated math. You know how to read. You know how to read things that are, not the easiest things to read in the world. You'd have the knowledge by the time you're 18. So if you do have kids, you'd be able to teach them. And yeah, I agree, Nimrod. It is unacceptable that it's like, holy shit, dude. It's horrific, unacceptable, evil, I'll add too. It's like, why? Why push for that? Why push for young girls to lose their virginity at age 12? Like, that's a serious fucking problem.
Thing wrong and disgusting with this society has come down from the shoulders of liberal democracy, liberal ideology, with underpinnings of Marxism that has led to the erosion of all things sacred, our institution, our family. And now they're wondering why. How could this happen? Why are men turning their backs on society? Why are women becoming so extreme? Why are women, 50% of them, liberal, on SSRIs? Why are they medicating themselves so much? You ever thought and just stopped for a second and just seen what life used to be like? That's what Gen Z is seeing, what life was like before. And now they're forced to live into this shit. Me as a millennial got to see what it was like in the 90s before the internet, before that shit was widespread, before cell phones. People, back when you used to play outside all day and that's all you could do, when society was still somewhat normal.
That's how that felt for like the early 2000s. Like for me, like, don't get me wrong, we were on the internet, but it's like we weren't trying to, like, you know, get with each other. Right? Like I was like 6 when I was like on YouTube just watching like, you know, YouTube poops and all that. It's like I wasn't trying to meet anybody online. It's like my parents taught me well in that regard.
Somewhat contained. The facade hadn't fallen down just yet. People still were asleep to how corrupt the government really was. How much.
Yeah, that too. I don't think, I have a feeling, you know, 6-year-old me was definitely not ready to hear about just how the Jews run the world.
Theft and grift and fraud was going on. We were able to absorb bad policies still because the average person could still afford a house, had a decent paying job, could start a family, and saw themselves as, my life could be better in the next 20, 30 years, or I live a better life than my parents did. My lifestyle has upgraded.
That's what happened with my dad, actually. Like, even though things are rough for us and like the housing crisis or whatnot, like we still had like a home. Like we weren't going to be moving anytime soon in that regard. People are a lot more connected, but also more antisocial. The lockdown stunted a lot of people and trapped them in a bubble. The world shrank wholeheartedly. I agree with that, Nimrod. I have certainly felt the effects of that. It's like, the only people I could really talk to, aside from my parents and family, were people I met online. There was a few people from like the school that I used to go to before transferring to the school that I went to during the fucking pandemic thing. But it was largely people online that I felt like I actually had meaningful relationships with. You know, meaningful friendships.
Great. My quality of life, that is gone today. We're on the advent of a societal collapse. We have way too many immigrants. AI in the next 5 years will most likely radically transform the economy. There's going to be growing pains in between this massive abundance they say we're going to have, where prices go to zero because AI will be able to produce everything for near zero cost.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Like, things, like, look, as much as I'm happy that Trump is trying his best to deal with the economic shit show that was the Biden administration, it's like prices are still going up in some areas. In other areas, they're lowering. But Trump, what are you going to do about the prices that are increasing?
But until that happens, there is a gap of pain where the average person is going to get completely wrecked. And the government doesn't care. We have files that don't get released about peddlers in the government with diddlers and kid and all this crazy shit. And we're supposed to pretend that when you ingest all this fucking slop, all this poison food, all this fucking adult entertainment, you can't even get on social media without tits being thrown in your face, that people wonder what the fuck is happening to men. No.
Hey, I'm glad my social media stuff is like hyper curated, so I actually get to see what's really going on in the world. I'm not seeing tits thrown in my face. Unless if it's for like it's like just some guy ripping on a girl. That's it, really.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with the world that you left for us?
Boomers.
That's the question. We don't want to partake in this disgusting, depraved, degenerate fucking filth of a world that you've created, and we rather burn it down.
The economy is cooked as is. A lot of younger folks are not going to be able to make it. Ain't even their fault. I thought it was bad growing up. It's going to be a hard time for everyone. Absolutely. And AI is just going to make everything worse. Like every job, like so many jobs being automated that really shouldn't be.
and start a new one. Because I can watch a video of the 40s, 50s, or 60s, hell, 70s and 80s, and it's better than what we have today. I have to dodge feces, human feces, not from a dog. I have to dodge needles from drug addicts in the streets in America, in major cities all over the United States. It's not one place. It's not Skid Row anymore. They're fucking everywhere. Every overpass, underpass. On the beach, it doesn't matter. They're doing...
Yeah, like, quite literally, that is what's happening. Like, just the enshittification of, like, every single major city in America. It's so bad. If I were to go to, like, Baltimore right now, I would not be, like, there are so many, like, homeless, and just, like, the streets look like shit. Like, I mean, hey, if you find, like, an overhead view of Baltimore, I mean, it's like, oh, wow, it's a fine-looking city. It's like, no. If you actually go onto the ground, it is the worst. You'll probably think it's the worst city you've ever been to, aside from maybe Compton.
Doing the fucking zombie thing, where they're just like floating back and forth, high as fuck on fentanyl and whatever else. And the government does nothing. You have criminals stabbing people in the fucking neck with 14 arrests, 30 arrests setting people on fire. And we're supposed to look the other way because what? They're black. So you can't say anything about
Yeah, you can't talk about any sort of crime statistic in the country. Oh, that's racist. Fuck off with that. Fuck off with that. I don't care anymore. Hold on, I'm just going to open up my window. It's getting a little hot in here, and I'm not talking about myself. Well, yeah, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's gonna be nice and cold in this room of mine. They're overproducing on infrastructure. We keep building so much here, but all it's doing is making things more expensive and ruining nature. I'm not a Green Party guy, but it's ugly to look at. Infrastructure is one thing. It's not infrastructure that's being built. If it was infrastructure that was being built, things would look a lot different. And people would actually be able to find working for infrastructure. That's not what's happening, though.
criminals because it depends on the skin color. Europe is fallen into this madness. America is close behind. Why are men going conservative? Are you fucking retarded or do your eyes not work?
It's both. It's both. And it's also willful ignorance, too.
Unreal.
Clear and coordinated across these institutions. Men are the issue. Masculinity is the problem. And the culture must fix them. This isn't about, hey man, you're becoming too radical and it's hurting society and you need to stop. It's about, we want you to fit into our program. We already socially engineered and radicalized women in the 20th century, and now you just need to get on board with our agenda. Or else, we will label your perfectly rational view of life in the world as radical until you simply get tired of it and throw in the towel. And frankly, from my experience and the first-hand evidence of the internet, men are just not having that. That's why you have the reaction of the manosphere influencers like Andrew Tate and guys like that, who I have to say I have my disagreements with as a practicing Catholic. You stretch a rubber band far enough.
Yeah, and as an Orthodox Christian, I have my disagreements with Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate is a fucking dysgenic Muslim.
Eventually it's going to snap back at you. Now, all of this starts to make a lot of sense when we look at the actual facts, and the facts are insane because the really radical stuff happens at the incentive level, the incentive structures that society has placed for women. The modern economy rewards women.
Gee, I wonder who set up the infrastructure for the radicalization of women.
For becoming more liberal and punishes them for becoming more traditional. Think about it. Women now earn 60% of bachelor's degrees, 70% of master's degrees, nearly 60% of all PhDs, and universities are basically ideological factories, and their ideology...
Well, geez, I'm a fucking minority in that regard. I'm of the 30% of guys who have a master's degree.
...is overwhelmingly progressive. And what...
Yeah, in the field that I'm looking at, I wouldn't be surprised if they're only looking for femoids. I would not be surprised.
Exactly do universities incentivize for women? Career...
And if they're not looking for femoids, they're looking for pajeets who take even lesser salary than the kinds of things I'm looking at.
first identity, anti-family framing, don't settle too soon, distrust of men, hyper-individual autonomy, therapy, language, morality, gender-based activism, secular spirituality over religious commitment. None of this is a conspiracy. It's just the modern incentive system, and I think they would happily admit that to you. And they're all trying to sell this
this guy that Bo is reacting to, right? I don't think he's bad looking. I think he, like, in any other time in history, I have a feeling he'd probably have, he'd probably be able to find a good Catholic girl, get married, have a family, all that. I don't really know much about him. I could be wrong. Maybe he is already married and might already be trying to raise a good Catholic family. I'm just saying. In any other time, he probably would be married and have a family. But in today's time, women would probably consider this to not be good enough for some reason or another. And I could tell from the vest, he does have some muscle on him. Let's see, dude, that's why I quit school. I got my degree and left. It wasn't worth going to a field I would hate that was compromised.
Perspective to you that it's all coming from an organic feminist movement. This is all just grassroots and it's just natural. This is the natural progression of life, but the evidence becomes overwhelmingly against that. When we look into this with sober eyes, these schools are not neutral playgrounds. According to a Manhattan Institute study, 7 out of 10 students in the US are exposed to at least one critical social justice concept in K-12 classes, even in private and parochial institutes. Another study found that most schools in North America teach left-wing racial ideology as if it were an established fact, even though it's highly disputed. Global parliamentary researchers in Australia concluded that progressive ideology is so deep-seated.
It should be noted that most of the teachers exerting this pressure would probably be unaware that they are doing so because they would be unaware of it's largely women. Of course, they wouldn't be able to think that deeply about things affecting their assessment. From the teacher's perspective, they're simply sharing their enthusiasms with the classes and responding positively to what they prefer to see in students' work. Meanwhile, the politically incorrect arguments presented by some students in their essays would be assessed more severely because, from the teacher's perspective, they're genuinely seen to be flawed. This is why men are better teachers.
That most teachers don't even see it as an ideology anymore. And when you look at education schools, the institutions that train teachers, one historian observes that progressivism is the ruling ideology there. Again, none of this comes to us as a surprise, but these studies back it up. In other words, the pipeline for ideology runs from teacher training to curriculum to classroom, all from one source. And if you question it as a teacher, your entire career is at risk in places like Canada. The tenured professor Francis Widdowson was terminated in December 2021 after publicly criticizing the university's indigenization agenda and other ideological positions.
And you are no longer employed at Mount Royal University. What happened?
An Indigenous scholar activist, because I was defending.
And even so, for the women who are able to see beyond the bullshit that is the current form of academia, it's like they get punished because they're not liberal enough. It's a purity thing. Academia is nothing but a purity test for the next generation of societal engineers. And the funny thing is, those engineers are heavily indoctrinated on a bunch of bullshit.
A journalist who had been pushed out of her job for referring to a book title that had a racial epithet in it. And as a result of that, this Indigenous scholar activist by the name of Gabrielle Lindstrom, who now goes by the name Gabrielle Weaselhead, she mobilized an anonymous group against me. A whole bunch of her supporters piled on. I was found to have harassed her.
An arbitrator later ruled her firing as disproportionate and unjust, although she never regained her position.
Because a number of Indigenous scholar activists and a trans activist feel unsafe about.
Wow. So, useless degrees and a faggot. Yeah. Totally people who should be in charge of academia. Totally not, useful goyim idiots. Totally. They're totally not. They're totally intelligent, rational, well-thinking people. Totally. He's not wrong. What they're doing to teachers is not fair either. We need trained and professional educators. The standards are just getting lower. That's by design, Nimrod. That's by design. I've met a lot of people who are in education programs. I've met a lot of those people at bars, funnily enough. I don't trust them around kids. That's just me. I don't trust them around kids.
Making arguments that they don't like. It has been the arbitrator decided that I couldn't.
Especially since I got into, political discussions around those types. I have a feeling they were just agreeing with me because they wanted to try to sleep with me, not because they actually believed in any of it. Didn't work, though.
This shows a concrete event where ideological nonconformity led to professional consequences in a university setting. But it's not only about firing dissenting voices. Institutions themselves respond to financial and reputational incentives. A UK study found higher education reforms created perverse incentives for universities to shape behaviors and ideologies in order to secure funding and regulatory advantages. This data comes from the Institute of Fiscal Studies. Another paper documents how colleges respond to student aid, loan default penalties, and enrollment benchmarks by shaping admissions and outcomes. And a commentary in University Affairs explains that there's no such thing as pure science. The interests of different parties shape the questions being asked and how incentive structures direct how those questions are answered. Let's put it simply. If a university is rewarded for diversity metrics, for activism, for social justice frameworks, then people inside it will naturally lean that way because that is how institutional survival, funding, and reputation are built. Now, it really seems to me that the problem that these ideologues are pushing is not that they have a problem with authoritarianism, but rather that the authoritarianism isn't of their flavor. The system is rigged to ensure one outcome. Go to school, you become progressive. Delay your family, become progressive. Enter corporate HR pipeline, become progressive. It's ironic for a position that always claims women aren't given a chance and given a choice in a patriarchal society, but are they really being given a choice here, or is the outcome completely fixed? And if they were really given the choice, which one do you think they would choose? If we had a university program specifically funded and dedicated to training women to become better wives and better housekeepers, how many women would quit their STEM degrees in order to pursue that? Personally, from talking to a lot of women in my generation, I think a very high number would. But things only become worse.
Well, yeah, again, it's natural. Women naturally want to be homemakers. It's in their nature. That's a good part of their nature, actually, that they want to do that. It just so happens a lot of the other parts of their nature is just like, it prevents, whether it's hypergamy or the fact that they're very gullible or some other flaw that I've talked about before on stream prevents them from actually pursuing that. And so yeah, that's what our elites are basically using is they're trying to manipulate that part of female nature, of the gullible part of female nature.
When we look at the male situation. Hey, so before we dive in today, I just want to say thank you to all of my subscribers and all of the gracious support that this channel has received over the last little while. It's really difficult to find sponsors for videos like this. Funneled into universities, corporations, and institutions that shape political ideology, men are quietly walking away from the entire system. And this isn't speculation, this is hard economic data. Over the last 15 to 20 years, more than 7 million prime-age men ages 25 to 54 have disappeared from the workforce in the United States alone. Where exactly are they? They're not in school, they're not in training, they're not in job hunting, and they're not transitioning between careers. They're simply gone from the labor force. But why? Are they all suddenly Bitcoin millionaires and just don't need to work anymore? Are they living off the backs of female slave economy? Oops, wasn't supposed to say that one out loud. And today, the labor force participation rate for men is the lowest it's been since the Great Depression. Among young men, 18 to 29, the numbers are even worse. Unemployment has surged, not in education, employment, or training. Entire segments of young men are living completely outside production.
Remember, those numbers are only, like, they have the books cooked. You have to be looking for a job to be counted. So if you're not at work, you're not counted. If you're not looking for a job, you're not counted.
Yeah, the real numbers of unemployment are probably much higher. Like, I would probably be counted in the unemployment statistics because I am looking for work. And I'm just having some trouble finding it.
In the old days, you either had a job or you didn't, and everybody who didn't have a job was considered unemployed. Now we're cooking the books and switching up the terminology so you don't see just how bad the actual statistics are.
Yeah.
Take those numbers and double them. That's what's really going on.
Economy and the bounds of civilization.
Maybe multiply it by 2.5, not necessarily double, but add a 0.5 at that modifier.
And how are they surviving? The data shows disability payments, welfare payments, parental support, random gig scraps, or literally doing nothing at all. Economists call this the male dropout crisis. Sociologists call it the great male opting out. And here's the core point.
Wonder
Women
why
are being
that's
ideologically
happening.
pulled into the system. Men are being economically pushed out of it. That means men aren't getting college indoctrination. Men aren't embedded in corporate HR departments. Men aren't absorbing ideological messaging 8 hours a day. Most men aren't even in the building. So of course, men's worldview stays relatively stable. They're not inside the institutional machinery that rewrites ideology. Think about other times we've seen that in civilization. Things like this typically lead to some sort of a movement. And this raises a question that nobody ever asks, but everyone feels. Why are corporations, school systems, governments, NGOs, pharmaceutical companies, makeup brands, food companies, clothing companies, literally every sector of society obsessed with shaping women's worldviews? Why do they spend billions of dollars every year on campaigns targeted at women? If women are supposedly tired of the patriarchy and finally empowered, then why does every powerful institution on earth treat them like a demographic they have to constantly convince, recruit, affirm, and ideologically maintain? Think about it. Why do governments pour money into women-centric advertising? Why do NGOs
There's a reason. I mean, there is a reason why they do that. It's to further demoralize women. But let's see what I'm interested in hearing what Bo has to say on this too before I get into my screed.
NGOs frame every issue through women and girls? Why is every corporate marketing department obsessed with female empowerment messaging? Why are pharmaceutical
also the fact that you have Muslim women trying to defy the norms? Oh, look at the Muslim woman on fucking roller skates. It's like it's all just anti-male propaganda. And exactly, Dusty, it's just mind control. It's a psyop. It's all a psyop. It's a demoralization campaign, and it's really working. Again, women are the more gullible sex, okay? It is what it is.
Companies spending billions on contraception campaigns, hormone campaigns, fertility control messaging? Why do school boards and universities create bureaucracies around gender equality, women's studies, DEI for female students? Why do political parties build entire election strategies?
I thought I heard I mentioned my name earlier, something about muscle, but it was muffled out by the game I was playing. Okay, gotcha.
Around the female vote.
Gotcha. It's time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
If women were naturally aligned.
Right. Demoralization campaigns by Jews? Yeah, I know you're Jewish, Kamala, by blood. I know.
With these worldviews, wouldn't you think they wouldn't need to be so sold? And you don't have to look any further than the gargantuan numbers they're spending. UN Women's budget was $1.3 billion spent between 2010 and 2020, explicitly on programs to reshape gender norms and shift cultural attitudes. The US government...
Gee, I wonder who's behind the UN.
Has spent hundreds of millions annually around...
They figured out women are easy slaves. You can convince women as an entire group to do whatever you want. You just need a few headlines. You need a few commercials. They're the most easily manipulated sex by far. You sell them beauty. You sell them youth. They figured out with the makeup industry. They figured out with the fashion industry. Women will buy literal slop and shit. And all it takes is one conversation, one single hot chick wearing the product at a Met Gala.
It's social proofing. Something like that is like the ultimate thing of social proof for women. If they see and if they don't know any better, if they see like a big name celebrity, I'm just going to use a name, just like, Kim Kardashian, right? She's wearing like a shitty makeup product. It's like hordes of women are going to try to buy that makeup product. And that does it really well for the company behind it.
Or a red carpet or something, and all women want it now. Women are so fucking brainwashed, they'll spend tens of thousands of dollars on purses. The most useless shit imaginable. They buy name brand. They're addicted to status. And they're addicted to fitting in. Not even an addiction. For them, it's a mechanism of survival. They have to fit in to survive. They can never be the one that stands out. That's a man's job. A man's job is to question authority, question power, change systems, or improve them. Women go with the flow. So if you can get all women in a group, they figured this out in psychology already. This is how women work. You get all women to agree, and then you turn them on the few men that dare to ask questions. And now you have a majority. The rest of the weak simps, the beta males, will follow along and help usher in this new world. This is the...
Yeah, basically, it doesn't help the fact that there's such a prevalence of beta men. Beta males, I should say. They're not men. Beta males are not men. They are males. It doesn't help the fact that there's a bunch of fucking betas everywhere now. And it's just like, oh my goodness. You are some of the slimiest motherfuckers I've ever met, and I truly despise your guts. You are actively making my life worse and the lives of other young men worse. Because of your behavior, you're enabling this nonsense. Yeah, another way you could put strong mama energy is like longhouse energy. That's what we're all living in, a fucking longhouse right now.
Game. It's always been this. They knew from the start. This is bearing fruit finally after decades of being planted. Now we're seeing it in full action. And people want to act like it's such a fucking surprise. Why would they target the women? Why are they radicalizing the women to be uber liberal authoritarians that will literally execute you for simply the tone of which you've said something? You're not allowed to speak this way. Shut up, bitch.
You're not allowed to speak this way about illegal immigrants, whether it's the illegal Hispanics or the Muslims. You're not allowed to speak that way. Meanwhile, ladies, you guys are being repeatedly brutalized by people who should not be brutalizing you. All because you welcome them in. It's sad when it happens. I agree with that. It's just, I'm also just saying, it's like, my goodness, your political decisions have ramifications.
Shut the fuck up. We're done with this shit. We almost lost freedom and democracy in the world. Our democracy, we have already lost democracy, honestly. It's become extremely feminine. We're on the verge of turning into tyrannical government. And then it will take a...
Oh, I mean, that's what democracy leads to anyways. It will always lead into that, no matter what. It's just a matter of time. This is the nature of democracy.
Revolution, which we're all trying to avoid, to become a masculine republic again. And how many bodies is that going to cost?
No, I want us to be a masculine monarchy. I want this time for us to realize that, maybe we shouldn't have ditched a king. Maybe George Washington should have become king.
How many lives ruined? How many more wars need to be started for us to fucking understand universal suffrage is a mistake? You cannot operate a country. It is not strong if you have to pine and acquiesce every single fucking retard in society that does not care about politics, that does not have a say in who goes to war and who doesn't. Women don't go to war, for example, but it could still vote to go to war, can send men off to war. There are people whose IQ are too fucking low to be taken seriously in how to drive this country forward.
But it looks like it's heating up after what happened in October at that school. And things have been heating up since the death of Charlie Kirk, if I'm being honest.
Into the future. We need a meritorious democracy if we want democracy to survive. Otherwise, it leads to tyranny. It always does. The state is already turning in.
Nah, we need a monarchy. Enough of this democracy shit. Just enough. Enough. We've seen what happens. Democracy does not work for long periods of time. It just doesn't. The masses are unfit to be engaging in politics. This time, out of any other period in history, tells us that the masses are unfit to be engaging in politics. They're just not. Politics is a high IQ pursuit, and the barrier to entry is, you gotta be 115 IQ or above. I'm 116 IQ. But anyways, it's just like, enough with this democracy nonsense. Why should the masses have a say in politics? We see what they vote for. It's not worth it. It's not worth it anymore.
Inward. It is now looking for any anti-American bias, and we're going to be using the Patriot Act, and the DOJ has instructed the FBI to start combing through your social media to see if you're biased against Israel, to see if you're biased against Trump administration policy.
Yeah. See if you're especially the Israel part. Again, one thing I really don't like Trump about him is that he is a hardcore Zionist. And, that goes against the interests of Christians in Israel. That land does not belong to Israel or Palestine. It belongs to the Christians. Anyways, let's wrap up this video.
And then a Democrat will get voted in, and then the same piece of shit system gets turned in on who? Then conservatives now, whoever's labeled anything other than radical progressive and those that are in power. And we have this seesaw back and forth between garbage and shit, and you're forced to pick. And this is democracy. Hey guys, welcome to democracy in the United States. We've been on a consistent decline no matter who gets in power for the last 50, 60, 70.
Yeah, and Bo, I've been trying to tell you this on Twitter. It's just like, democracy needs to die. We cannot live in a democracy anymore. We can't. We just can't. It doesn't work. It's not working. We need to move on from this. really, if you want things to truly progress to be better, monarchy is the only solution. We'd have 4 years of fascism, and then once the dictator does his term, he'd reestablish the monarchy. That is a reasonable path back to true order. But that's the thing, like, Bo is not a libertarian. He is a nationalist. Just maybe not the same as you and I, but he's not a libertarian. Not by any real standard. If anything, in regards to democracy, I think he's only saying that to save face.
Fucking years and nobody thinks, wait a second, no matter who I vote for, nothing changes. No matter who I vote for, they're all on the list. No matter who I vote for, they all take money and sell out our country, enriching their friends and the donor class and the special interest, while me and you suffer. Me and you get Medicare cuts. Me and you's taxes don't get lower. Me and you pay higher prices at the pump, in the grocery store. We now cannot afford housing. School's too fucking expensive. God forbid you break your leg, because your Medicare policy, whatever you're paying your premiums, and they're high as shit and constantly rising, will not cover you. It's copay. Oh, it's out of pocket. Oh, we have a little loophole here. Because we donated hundreds of billions of dollars to your politicians so we could make sure the loopholes put in the next omnibus bill. Oh, we don't got to pay for nothing. Oops, myocarditis from the vaccine. Oops, we saw people die in the trials. Oh, we didn't report that.
Oops. Who remembers Operation Warp Speed? Who remembers that? Easily the worst thing Trump has ever done was institute Operation Warp Speed. We were already getting, even when the vaccine came out, we were still in fucking lockdown. It didn't matter. I think lockdowns were going to end in 2022 anyways. It's unfortunate that that personally for me, I had to take the fucking vaccine like 3 times. 2 times there's just a saline solution. 3rd time was the real deal, but it's basically been flushed out of my system at this point by any possible metric.
Looks like you can't sue us because we bought your government. Why are men radicalizing right? You mean questioning this fucking system? Why are men questioning the system? And then you're like, the system must invest in only women because they question nothing. Because they're the benefactors of this system. They get everything. Do you see all the programs? Do you see all the spending on gender ideology? Do you see how women are pushed through the door with DEI?
I hope you guys haven't forgotten about the USAID bullshit that Elon Musk stopped. That was one of the few good things that he did, was just dismantling USAID.
And all this shit, they're the main beneficiaries, so they stay mum on any changes needed. Oh, well, not my fault. Well, I'm doing pretty well. Well, sucks for those people. It will only get worse. I'm trying to let men know it gets worse from here.
Yep. That's the brutal reality of all this. Everything is just getting worse. It just is. It just is. And I think that's a perfect place to end the segment. And I know there's a few more minutes, but he just kind of repeats himself just a little bit. But still, everything is just going to get worse. It just is. I don't know how else to tell you guys. It just is. It just is. Sorry, okay, there we go. Looks like Chronic's live. But anyways, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. And I'll be right back, and then we're going to wrap up the show. Okie dokie, I am back. I'm just gonna see how things are doing. I just got a notification to check. Oh, wow. Of course, it's some faggot saying Nyar is a woman. No, Nyar is a man. Oh, my goodness. We do have one more segment for the night. It's one that I've been looking forward to for like ages to do now. Ages! Like, from like a few months ago. I remember Synthman reacting to this segment. It's a pity both sides can't lose. Yep, we're gonna be watching this one.
Which side are you on? Red or blue? Democrat or Republican?
Let me say this as clearly and simply as I can. Inaudible. And on the right, it's fucking Ronnie McNutt. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy on his soul.
Israel or Palestine? It's interesting how our society always comes
Moloch or the Baal or the Baal for the next 4 years.
Up with the same two-choice question over and over again, and refusing to pick a side is probably the most damaging choice, as you effectively invalidate this
Oh my goodness, that is funny. But the meme, we're not gonna pause. Hold on, sorry. Yeah, we're not gonna pause for like every single one of the memes, but they're so funny. Our open society versus their repressive regime. Yeah, wow.
Political rivalry as pointless and stupid. You effectively insult both sides at once and make yourself hated by everyone. But someone has to bear that cross. The contemporary right wing has found itself in an interesting predicament when asked to choose which side in the Palestine-Israel conflict they're on. Most young guys like me will say, of course Palestine. But then you realize you're siding with crazy women on SSRIs, gender goblins, and this poor child, and suddenly you discover that you don't care as much about Palestine as you thought previously. So you look back to the Zionist side.
Man, I swear, this flight from Syracuse guy, I mean, I'm gonna sub to him right now. I'm on my viewing channel right now. I'm gonna subscribe to this guy on my main too. This is hilarious.
And you see Ben Shapiro advocating for another intervention in Iran because they are about to create, for real this time, the ever-elusive weapons of mass destruction again. You see Zion Dawn spurring out about how this whole Epstein thing never happened, and worst of all, you see the Misfit Patriot showing...
Oh, this guy. You know, he's totally a good Christian, everyone. Totally good Christian. He's totally okay with as many dead kids as possible to stop Hamas. That's a very Christian position there, my friend.
Signs of life. And so I realized one thing, that the most psychotic and delusional element of this whole conflict is not the people fighting on the ground in the Middle East, but the supporters of either side in the West. Both sides make themselves so unlikable for the average right-winger that most guys like me adopt a I don't care if the Middle East gets turned into a parking lot overnight policy.
And the Russians, it's like, still, I would be like, okay, what about the Orthodox Christians in Jerusalem? That's what I say. That's the side that I'm on, is the side of the Christians in the conflict. I'm being honest here. That's my position. I despise the Israeli created Hamas. My mic is being a bit scuffed. Oh, that's odd. I feel like I could hear myself just fine. Anyways, my stance is, I despise the Israeli funded Hamas, the Israeli created Hamas. I also despise the nation state of Israel. And ultimately, I think the victims in this whole thing are the Christians. That's honestly, and from what I've seen about the whole thing, those are the people who are suffering the most, are the Christians. Their homes are being destroyed. The churches have been targeted by missiles, and Hamas using Orthodox churches. As rare as it may be, it has happened. Where they are using Orthodox churches to kind of hide out, and the people who run the churches can't really do anything about it.
Policy when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, regardless of the actual merits of the people on the ground. Reality taught us that bad cars attract bad drivers, that brainless influencers attract brainless fans, and that vicious political feuds attract bad and delusional people on either side. I'll go over both Zionists and the Free
Yeah, the reality is they're both brainwashed.
Palestine left, of course by no means in a comprehensive way, but hopefully through means that will help and illuminate the problem of how both sides don't deserve.
Which way, Western man? White people will one day no longer exist. It's just a matter of time. Who cares? Says Ed Krastenstein. I think it's Krasenstein. Potato. And then you have, Muhammad. America has and always will be the great Satan. There has never been a more violent and there has never been a more violent terrorist organization than America. Yeah, right.
Deserve sympathy, as they have committed the worst sin of all, grievous disrespect against the children of Yaqub. The Israel-Palestine conflict reminds me of the most famous Henry Kissinger quote: "It's a pity both sides can lose." At the very core, the left worships one god, the god of emancipation. For them, politics have always been a case of the weak going up against the strong. In their mind, the weaker ends up almost always having a moral imperative over the stronger. In their mind, the weaker ends up always having a moral imperative over.
We need to give your land. Buy me alcohol. Listen up, cracker.
The stronger. We can most vividly see this tendency in the whole Free Palestine discourse, where the weaker, less civilized Arabs have to fight the evil colonizers of their land that have the support of the largest military-industrial complex on the planet. Leftists see.
Gee, I wonder who runs that industrial military complex. It does take a little bit of effort to learn about who.
Zionism as an extension of the Western oppressive colonizer white mindset. They don't read history, so we can excuse.
I look at how gamers treated Zoe Quinn. Oh, it's fucking Movie Bob. Who cares about what he has to think?
Accused for lack of any ethnic or cultural nuance and the inability to separate Jewish civilization from the West,
that's the thing, like, Jews are just not white. I've established it earlier in this stream. They're just not white.
Though they are different entities. As a result, when they fight...
Zionism is part of a global colonial project of maintaining white supremacy through violent anti-blackness, Islamophobia, and imperialism, and they'll keep saying it out loud.
With Zionism, they think that they're standing up to white colonizers that champion white imperialism, that are funded by white people in America. This way of viewing reality...
Lamau. Yeah, Jews are not white. Again, think about it like this. I remember Synthetic Man saying something in regards to this. It's like, if Jews come from the Middle East, how are they white? Muhammad is from the Middle East, and people, he's not white. Why would the Jews be any different?
Reality is wrong for two reasons. First of all, just because someone is a colonizer and is more civilized and wealthy than the surrounding populations,
let's see.
First of all,
Jewish religion, culture, and genetics aren't white/European. True.
White, as Jews, both genetically and culturally for the most part, aren't white and have always fought against being assimilated. Jews, both genetically and culturally for the most part, aren't white.
No white person would ever do this third world ritual. Yeah, exactly. Christians would not do something like this. There's no need to do animal sacrifices. Jesus Christ was the ultimate sacrifice.
And have always fought against being assimilated into European society. And second of all, just because Israel steals US tax money doesn't mean it's American imperialism. By the same virtue of how the British mined gold in Africa and funded their campaigns with it, you wouldn't say it was African imperialism, even though it was African gold that funded British conquest. I know that talking about how the left misuses the word Nazi is just reheating 2016 political discourse, but stick with me here. With every political conflict, that word loses more and more of its meaning, but this time, it's done so in a very ironic way. The reason why it's funny is that it was primarily Jewish-made media and wartime propaganda that crafted the image of the Nazi, and so the only reason why most leftists nowadays just throw the word around completely detached from its actual descriptive meaning of National Socialist is because of that depiction of Nazism as the ultimate evil in the media. The word itself just becomes a synonym for evil, and the funny thing being that the phenomena of leftists calling Israel a Nazi state is to a larger degree caused by leftists being raised on media produced and directed by people of dual American-Israeli citizenship.
This line of going, you gotta listen to us. It's like the movies came out again. Influence, right? Think of. Like, think about it. And funnily enough, it was actually from Think Before You Sleep's latest video. Say about him what you will, I still don't exactly like him, even if he's capable of making good points. So, sorry, Nimrod, I'm just kind of moving around all over the place. But basically, he made a point that you are the entertainment that you consume. And if you think about it like that, it's like, no wonder why these leftists are fucking insane. They've been exposed to this message of white people equals Nazi, and Nazi is bad. And for their whole lives, they've been listening to this message for their whole lives. And it's like, naturally, that's going to affect somebody. Naturally. It's clear, like the type, like, for me, the types of things that I like to watch absolutely have contributed to the attitudes that I have. For sure. I don't care if a bunch of faggots call me delusional. It's like that it is what it is. It's one of those situations. It is what it is. It's social engineering. Propaganda has been refined quite a bit since its inception. Yeah, exactly. It's especially these days, before the 2020s, it was really insidious. So the next game that I'm going to be playing on stream is going to be BioShock Infinite. I thought it over, and I was like, you know what? I think it makes sense. We're talking about influence and propaganda. That game is the epitome of anti-white propaganda. Like, and I think after we're done playing that, I'm just gonna do every Wednesday, I'm just gonna watch a part of American Krogan's BioShock series. His series about BioShock, and we're basically gonna learn about how insidious the propaganda is.
Leftists like to say that Zionism is a white supremacist project, as if it is the evil white ruling class that for a century has been lobbying for Jewish settlement in
the revised U.S.-Israel relationship graph, according to worryingly many leftists, the KKK, the U.S. government, Zionists,
enforcing and brainwashing the poor Jews into thinking that Zionism is what they want. My brother in Yakub, Zionism sprang out as a rejection of Jewish assimilation into European culture, the so-called Haskalah, and the creation of Israel was facilitated by a large Jewish banking family.
And a fun fact, look up the Havara Agreement. The creation of the nation state of Israel was also created by Hitler. There's a reason why I don't exactly like him very much. Aside from the fact that he basically forced German Orthodox Christians to, add Hitler worship in there, which doesn't make it Christian. The Havara Agreement is a very real thing. It's not really talked about much. I wonder why. But it is a very real thing, and it's a reason why, Israel as we know it today exists. BioShock Infinite looked too on the nose for me to enjoy. I would watch you play it, though. I see.
Leftists hate white people so much that they will just impose them onto every enemy they have. It's interesting how one-dimensional the perspective of the average leftist is on politics. You see a guy like
Use the same image
Ben
again,
Shapiro and Nick Fuentes in the same bag of Nazi, which I don't think is that accurate, as one is a Jewish conservative that said that he has no problem with the so-called browning of America.
And by the way, I don't give a good damn about the so-called browning of America.
While Nick...
So what's the goal behind this film? To push Satan, normalize gender confusion, celebrate sin, the younger they learn, the better. Stunning. And brave.
Is just possibly, maybe closer to someone you'd call a Nazi. There's been a study performed a few years back that showed that right-wingers, despite being seen as close-minded and xenophobic, possess a greater diversity of opinion than the leftists.
I wonder why.
The focus of which would be the fact that certain left-wingers show a greater amount of nationalism than actual right-wing nationalists themselves.
The thing is, right, is it actually nationalism if it's for, like, some other country? Is it actually nationalism? I don't think that's the case. I would get it if these are all native Palestinians, but many of them don't look like native Palestinians to me.
Never meet as fierce of a blood and soil nationalist as a leftist obsessed with some post-colonial backwards people group from the third world. Of course, Palestine being the crown, obsessed with some post-colonial backwards people group from
these flags,
the third
holy
world.
shit.
Of course, Palestine being the crowning jewel. It's truly intriguing how, generally progressive types, regardless of their socialist, Marxist outlook on gender, race, whatever, will always be blood and soil nationalists for foreign people groups. They will ram it into your head that these people deserve that land and have the God-given right to live there, but when it comes to doing the same thing for white these people deserve that land and have the God-given right to live there, but
the next time you belittle someone for not being white or speaking English, buy me alcohol. It's hilarious.
The same thing for white people, despite most free Palestine leftists being white, they will happily cheer on the demise of their nation and race, just because it's done mean things to the fucking Unga Bunga people of southern Zimbabwe in the 18th century. This frame of mind is caused by being raised on stories of noble savages, of the indigenous, weak and uncivilized, being portrayed as more enlightened and more
Yeah, the noble savage is such a fucking myth, man. It is a myth. If you actually read historical accounts as to how these societies function, the ones that have been taken over, so to speak, you'll realize that they're not exactly noble. They have some weird characteristics about them, like certain Native American tribes were cannibals, Muslim civilizations and all their weird bullshit. The list can go on. Hold on. Sorry about that.
Dances with Wolves, Pocahontas, to name a few, all instilled a subconscious ideological inclination towards seeing power, organization, and civilization as inherently oppressive, while the spear-chucking, dirt-hut-inhabiting, body-mutilating natives are seen as morally upright, virtuous, and in tune with nature, as if that means anything. Knowing how the average leftist has been conditioned to think from birth, we can now understand, first of all, why they pick the side of Palestinians, and second of all, why they call Israel a Nazi state. Although it's funny how being conditioned by generally Jewish-made media to see everything Nazi as evil and everything evil as Nazi has backfired on the Jews, as now lefties call Israel a Nazi state. The Free Palestine movement is an inherently anti-white movement. They'll just shill every brown and oppressed population in the world and will always impose onto that their hatred of white people.
Exactly, my friend. It is anti-white in the sense that these people think Jews are white. No, they are not. They are not white. Culturally, they are not white. That is the main thing. It is cultural, but also you could say skin color to a lesser extent. White people look more like this man right here, and not like the Jews that everybody's and not look like Jews. There is the ethnic line too.
It's always a white colonial force. It's always a blunder of just white people drawing lines on the maps. Even if the oppressors aren't white, it's always white people that get roped into responsibility. They'll always create a false reality in which everything the token oppressed brown people group is fighting against is just a projection of what
Palestinians are fighting against, what leftists think they're fighting against. It's like, no, this is what the Palestinians are fighting against. They are fighting against Zionists. But meanwhile, American leftists think that Israel are Nazis. Yeah, that is backfiring. That is such backfiring.
The left hates, so right-wing nationalism, racism, white colonialism, and religious zealotry. These guys will always find a way to rope white people into responsibility for that conflict, and will always find a way to superimpose the white right-winger as the ultimate enemy.
I mean, hey, who, in regards to who these, pro-Palestine chicks are sleeping with, are they sleeping with Palestinians? I don't think they are. Especially the Palestinian chicks.
Now, the other side of the Free Palestine movement, the Arabs. I'm not gonna talk about the absurdity of liberal women allying themselves with Islam, because that's been done to death, and so my point is different. I remember when I visited England in 2020, right before Brexit. My visit to London coincided with the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, ordered by President Trump. Even though I was in the Anglo-Saxon heartland, all I saw were brown people protesting this guy's death, waving the colors of black, red, white, and green arranged in all ways possible for every Arab.
First of all, why are there a bunch of... are they even Iranian? Like the people who are out protesting for this general guy's death, who probably would kill me if I were to ever go into the country because of my bloodline. Why are they even Iranian? Like were they Iranian Christians protesting? Who are actually saying like that? This is a good thing. It means that Iran will be Christian once again. You don't have to be white or a right winger to see these problems getting worse. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Out there, these foreign fighting age males on European streets waving foreign flags was a reminder that these are not friends to the Western civilization. But wait, the Muslims, they hate the gays, they hate Jews, and I mean they recognize Jesus as a prophet, and they oppress.
Let's see.
But wait, the Muslims, they hate the gays, they hate Jews, and I mean they recognize.
Al-Masih. That's saving face. That is saving face right there. Muslims don't actually believe that Christ is the Messiah. Their whole again, if you actually read the Quran, that claim is just wrong. They do not believe that Christ is the Messiah. Yeah, while belief in Jesus is a fundamental tenet of both, a critical distinction far more central to most Christian faiths is that Jesus is the incarnated God, specifically one of the hypostases of the triune God, God the Son. Yes, Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
Jesus is
Muslims do not believe that.
Prophet, and they oppress women so they're epic and based. I'm happy that you don't see much more of this third world, brown-coded, Andrew Tate-esque discourse on the right anymore, because the idea that foreigners from the third world can help the...
Yeah, but... yeah, wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you fucking know? Yep. No, all those child sex abuse rings are from Pakistan.
The West and be good allies to the right by turning the West into a third world Muslim shithole is hilarious.
But yeah, no, I've said this before. I have nothing in common with a dysgenic Muslim. Nothing. Anything that they say about my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, it's just there to save face. They don't actually believe that he's the Messiah. Okay? They don't. They believe that the Prophet Muhammad is more important than Jesus Christ. And then also they believe in things that Christians would find abhorrent. Beyond, the only thing that I really have in common with them is that our strong dislike of Jews. That's it. That is basically it. Beyond that, we have nothing in common.
Hilarious. I have no problems with Arabs existing in the Middle East, but when they come over here and live in the West, it's an entirely different case. They've shown themselves to be quite incompatible with West.
Fuck, man. Crime rate per 1,000 per 100,000 inhabitants. And this is specifically towards rape. Fuck, man. Look at England right here. 92.8%. Yeah. Yeah, that's showing that such a lifestyle is quite incompatible. Even if those numbers are blue, that's still one too many rape happening. Or one too many rapes happening.
Western values, and have had just a slight impact on living conditions in Europe. But cultural grievances aside, the root of the issue lies in the fact slight
what the
impact
fuck
on
was
living
that?
Conditions in Europe. But cultural
you've got to be shitting me, man. Also, Muslims can't drink alcohol. That's a sin. That's a sin right there. Muslims cannot drink alcohol.
Cultural grievances aside, the root of the issue lies in the fact that when you're a guest in some country, for example, I think it's common etiquette to keep your blood and soil nationalistic grievances at home. I think that's a reasonable request for someone foreign entering your country. So when I see these beautiful people from an amazing and civil
don't get me started on the cousin marriage rates.
Culture, emboldened by petite blonde Nordic women to partake in their backwards third world nationalism on my soil, I feel honored to be able to host these future doctors and scientists in my country. But do you know who...
the whole thing of doctors or engineers, they're totally, all the young fighting age men who are, illegally coming over to these countries, they're totally future doctors and engineers, or they're already doctors and engineers. It's only the best and brightest that are being imported over here. That's the party line.
Who never had this welcoming and kind treatment extended to them? Jews are some of my favorite people. There's not been a single Jew that's had a negative effect on the planet. Telling white women not to have kids?
Having white children is perpetuating white supremacy by Brian Levitt and Sarah Segal. Oy vey. Oy fucking vey. Oy vey.
Good. Being the main advocates of leftism and communism? Amazing. Telling white people that they should be ashamed of their history? Deserved. And who'd forget? Amazing. Telling white...
Metzel, Kimmel, Applebaum, Wise, Eisenberg, Eshelman, Lipsitz, Frankenberg, Katz, Kaufman, Hagerman, Rothberg.
White people that they should be ashamed of their history, deserved, and who'd forget teaching us about the benefits of opening up our borders to third worlders. They are amazing people, and we should all...
Don't even get me started on fucking Rabbi Shmuley here. Like, guy's a fucking monster, dude. Like, seriously, he's a monster. I don't really like Candace Owens very much, but her takedown on Rabbi Shmuley was something else. That was really funny. I think that was before she went, crazy after, the whole Charlie Kirk thing.
Celebrate these ideals and turn Israel into an open and diverse society.
You know what? We should go for this. I think we should push this for Israel, man. I agree. Love in all different colors. Black men and Jewish women. I think they are the perfect match. I think they are. That's just my opinion. Black Lives Matter. Jews are behind Black Lives Matter, so it's like, why not? Maybe they should get a taste of their own medicine. Maybe, just maybe. They should enjoy being culturally enriched by a bunch of third worlders. Nothing could strike the fear into the cold hearts of neo-Nazis and white supremacists, like two minority groups most despised by them, by bonding over pure love. Oy vey goyim.
Oh, what's the problem, big guy? I thought you guys liked diversity. The Jews, as shown by historical and contemporary sources, are not a singular hive mind and have a tendency to constantly fight amongst each other. This time is no different, as however the majority of Jews are Zionists. There is a sizable amount that think Israel is a bad idea and actually side with the Palestinians or take a more moderate stand.
I mean, it's true. They fund both sides of the war. That's been the case for like so many wars throughout history. The Rothschilds bank, the Rothschilds, they funded World War I and World War II. Both sides, believe it or not. So, in today's time, it wouldn't be very different.
The distinction has to be made, as with Jews, it doesn't really matter if they're left or right wing. The division between Zionists and anti-
Inside you are two Israelis. One is from Jerusalem, one is from Tel Aviv. If you don't know anything about Tel Aviv, it's like the gayest capital city on planet Earth. It literally is the gayest city on Earth.
A Zionist is a fault line splitting them apart seemingly at random. One time you'll see a secular Jew that is an ardent Zionist, and another time you'll see a pro-only at random. One time you'll see a secular Jew that is an ardent Zionist.
What would Leviticus 18:22 say about this?
And another time you'll see a pro-Palestine Orthodox. These guys really do like to bicker, but someone could say that they all regardless share one common characteristic. Some absolute anti-Semite that they all
immigration enthusiasm among European-descended U.S. residents during Great Awakening by ethnicity. I wonder why the Jews would be most welcome to immigration in white countries.
Regardless, share one common characteristic. Some absolute anti-Semite and bigot might say that Jews are inherently anti-white, which is a crazy conspiracy theory.
Cindy Steinberg. Fuck these white kids. I'm glad there are a few less colonizers in the world now, and I don't care whose bootlicking fragile ego that offends. White kids are just future fascists. We need more floods in these inbred says somebody who looks very inbred herself. Need I remind you that that Jews are also very much, inbreeders themselves, like the Muslims.
With no real evidence, but putting my biases aside, they kind of do have a reason to be so.
You see, babe, this journalist's surname ends with Berg. Now let's see his early life section, just to double check.
All I'm saying is that the big
the Jews being anti-white never happened, and even if they did, they were justified.
Whiteness never happened, but even if it did, they were justified in doing so. I mean, the Romans did destroy their temple, that to this day has not been rebuilt.
Yeah, that God himself said that it needed to be destroyed. The second temple, it needed to be destroyed. That was commanded by Christ. They now have this mosque, which is arguably worse than just rubble.
Built. When you see all the politicians undergoing the submission humiliation ritual known as visiting the Western Wall, that Western Wall is what remains of the temple destroyed by the Romans. But the sons of the Eternal City did not stop there. Under Hadrian, 2/3 of all Jews were killed in Judea as a response to a bloody uprising. Hadrian also banned Jews from entering Jerusalem, renamed it, settled it with Greeks, and put a temple of Jupiter where the Jewish temple once stood. Judea for the next few centuries was in a state as if the Jews never inhabited these lands in the first place. They were beaten into submission. But the worst thing is, all the previous people that oppressed the Jews, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Seleucids, all slowly disappeared. All the previous people that oppressed the Jews, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Seleucids.
I know Seleucids were just a Greek dynasty, not an independent people group.
All slowly disappeared, while the Jews endured, but the Romans endured unlike anyone else before. The empire fell, yes, but the Western land civilization that sprung out of it evolved to be the West that we know today. The Jews were not only absolutely raped by Rome,
They remember this to this
but became
day.
a diaspora, forever having to live amongst the Europeans that succeeded the Roman state. The Jews of today see the West as a direct continuation of Rome. They hated Christianity, they didn't want to assimilate, and the West as a direct continuation of Rome. They hated...
Onkello said to him, "What is the punishment of that a man?" A euphemism for Jesus himself in the next world. Jesus said to him, "He is punished with boiling." Jesus said to him, "He is punished with boiling excrement." As the master said, "Anyone who mocks the words of the sages will be sentenced to boiling excrement." And that was his sin. And as he mocked the words of the sages. Oh yes, that's from the Talmud. That's the passage where the Jews say that Christ is boiling in hell in excrement and semen.
Christianity, they didn't want to assimilate, and so they developed a morality based on seeing the goys, the outsiders, to their
The Daily Wire, bruh.
as cattle. I mean, I don't want to say too much, but I think that you now understand why Jews...
I wonder why that's a hate symbol.
Jews are the way they are. They had to live amongst a civilization that absolutely BTFO'd them and didn't die for so long. And now that they have found themselves in positions of power, it makes complete sense why things are the way they are in the West nowadays. It doesn't mean that it's acceptable, though. Israel is America's greatest ally. That information is actually untrue because that spot is occupied by Albania because Albania didn't attack an American ship unprovoked and killed 34 people in complete deliberation. But who am I to judge? People who make the...
Actually, that'd be South Korea. Either like Japan or South Korea would be America's greatest ally.
The point that Israel is an ally to America always follow the same line of argumentation and will always end up running in circles. It's the patented greatest ally fallacy and serves as a typical way of reasoning used by neocons and neolibs trying to justify why the US is essentially paying tribute to Israel. It always goes something like this. Israel needs that money because they're an ally to America and provide intel and fight enemies of the US like Iran or Iraq. But here's the problem. The only reason Iraq and Iran were threats to the US in the first place was because they were threats to Israel. Before Israel was created, before 1948, the US had no adversaries in the Middle East, so the line of reasoning goes from Israel is our ally because they gather intel and fight the enemies of the US to the US only has enemies in the first place because Israel is the ally of the US. The great ally fallacy in full swing.
Yeah, exactly. It is a logical fallacy in that, especially in that regard. I'm trying to remember what the specific fallacy is. I think it's no, it's not. It's not doublethink. It's not doublethink. But it's definitely contradictory, for sure.
Wing. Have you ever heard of the Norman conquest of England? Well, it was an interesting case when a small ruling aristocracy from northern France, Normandy, managed to impose a minority rule over the entirety of England. It started with William the Conqueror's foray into English territory and ended with a small group known as the Normans that spoke a foreign language, that dressed differently, that had different religious customs to the English being the rulers of England and becoming their feudal lords. Contemporary estimates say that there were only 8,000 Norman landholders in England, ruling over a population of 1.5.
Profoundly mid-Angloid peasant phenotype. You should be in the fields, not voting.
500,000. So from this historical example, we know that it is possible for a small foreign elite to rule over a vast domain.
Rothschild pussy got me acting strange. Someone asked me who controls the banks. I said the Dominicans.
So when you bring up the possibility of a small ruling aristocracy being
funny.
in a very similar position, being a minority ruling over a large realm, you suddenly get crucified for spreading conspiracy theories as if it's not possible. And don't get me wrong, of course, this is not evidence that such an aristocracy exists, but it sets a historical precedent that such a thing is possible. You know, with one ethnicity being...
Whites are overrepresented here by 20%. Therefore, this is proof of white privilege and systemic oppression. What about Jews being overrepresented by 400%? That is true. That is a true number right there. Well, that's because we have a culture that rewards hard work and success. Yeah, right. Yeah, you just want to replace us in terms of the power structure. I see the kind of language for what it really is.
Heavily overrepresented in positions of power. Have you ever heard of a creature known as the golem? In Jewish folklore, it's meant to be a humanoid creature that is created from inanimate matter, usually stone or clay, that is like an incomplete husk of a human, a brainless drone that is a protector of the Jewish community. There exist many interpretations of what a golem actually is, ranging from Kabbalistic black magic rituals meant to, through sorcery, bring life to an inanimate statue built out of clay, to just a metaphor for someone who is dull, lethargic, and predisposed to be of servile nature, because not words but actions speak loudest. Let me present to you the co-servile nature, because not words but actions.
The parasites who want to run America. And gee, Ben, I wonder who that describes. I wonder. I wonder who the parasites are.
Loudest. Let me present to you the kosher rite, an entity so servile and dull, it only could have been conjured up by Kabbalistic black magic. I would contend that golems actually exist in real life and live amongst us, or rather...
Yeah, I remember when Charlie Kirk was still very much the Zionist type, but he was starting to change his mind, man. Around the time of his death, he was starting to change his mind on that stuff. I'm happy he was.
Above us, the golem class.
Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
That's what I like to call the ruling elites of the West, simply because of how servile they are to the God's chosen tribe. There exists an interesting phenomenon that I like to call the conservative trap. It happens when you overlay who supports Israel or Palestine onto a political spectrum. Of course, the spectrum itself...
Sorry. This method doesn't account for Jewish leftists that are Zionists. Also, the Israel bloc should extend further to the left, but I'd be too much of a hassle to fix it now, so whatever.
...is gay and abstract and doesn't convey political nuance, but stick with me here. The important thing is that the center-right, the conservative bloc, is the only organized political persuasion apart from the Zionists themselves that support Israel in the US, for example. As a matter of fact, with a high level of certainty I can say that there are more supporters of Israel in the conservative bloc than there are Jews in the US. The living and breathing strength of Israel lies in the demographic of 40 to 80-year-old conservatives. There isn't a larger electorate blindly supportive of anything Israel does.
Yeah, basically, that it's only the boomers that are left, and when the boomers croak, oh, you bet your ass, none of this Israel simping shit is gonna happen anymore. I guarantee it. They wanted to pay him to speak for their interests, and he refused just before that happened. Yeah, that is true.
Thus, than mild boomer conservatives. You know, at this point, I'm not surprised that some...
You white people are on an endangered list, and unlike, say, the bald eagle or some exotic species of muskrat, you are not worthy of saving. In 40 years or so, maybe fewer, there won't be any more white people around, and that's a good thing. It says Tim Wise, Jewish anti-racist activist. Notice a pattern here, fellas? Did you guys notice a pattern here? Why would our greatest ally want white people to be dead?
Jews referred to as cattle. White people are never beating the Goyim allegations after this. The reason why I call it a conservative trap is because that area is constantly shrinking because Ben Shapiro's Kabbalistic spell on the right is being slowly broken and the confines of this Zionist safe haven are constantly being pushed inwards by the fact that both the left and the right have nothing but contempt for the Zionists. Also, it wouldn't be a video on Zionism if I didn't bring up Zion Don himself, because there isn't a worse case of Stockholm Syndrome on this planet than the relationship of the right wing and Donald Trump. Each time Trump does something actually based and funny, like sending 4'5" Guatemalans to Alligator Island, or saying that one funny word, he follows it up with sending $20 billion to Israel. It really is a shot better off with no chaser. It's funny to see the constant back and forth of Trump fans.
It's like what, really Donald Trump apology for
with no chaser. It's funny to see the constant back and forth.
Man, just trust the plan, everyone. Trust the plan. Like that's working out so far.
Of Trump fans between trusting the plan and being completely blackpilled on the
fell for it again award. There's a whole account on X called Fell for It Again Award. It's so funny.
Guy. So to summarize this whole dichotomy, on one side you have leftists and Arabs which hate the West and white people, and on the other side you have the God's chosen people which either are the same anti-white leftists or are political con artists trying to make the right swallow the golden pill and make them into good little
God Emperor Trump, please send 10 trillion to Israel. Again, I wonder what Israel is doing with our tax dollars. I really do. I don't think it's for what they say they're being used for.
Slaves. You might also say that I just spent the whole video crying about neither side liking white people, which is fair because that's what I did, but at least I wept for my own people, unlike everyone else lending their sorrow to foreign brown people in the Middle East. I make the case that the Free Palestine leftists are inherently anti-white. On the other hand, if I make the case that there may exist a group of people that possibly maybe has a predisposition towards disliking white people and has been known to hold a historical grudge against them, that has an entire political class that is entirely servile to their interests, ethnic interests, I would be taken off this platform for spreading hate speech and conspiracies, and that
I'm surprised that this video is actually still up here on YouTube.com. I'm very much surprised. I thought this guy's channel would have been taken down a lot sooner, knowing just how based that he is. But here we are, and I'm happy that he's still uploading on this site. Makes the listening and viewing experience a lot better.
it would be bad because anti-Semitism itself is evil, and so I'm not gonna say that. Jews feel attached to Israel. It makes sense that they care because they have an ancestral connection to that land. Arabs and Muslims, of whom the West is full of.
Uh-oh! Rabbi Shmuley took off his little kippah. God's very angry with him now. As if God actually cares about that. he really doesn't. Actually, in regards to church, you actually can't have, as a man, you actually can't have anything covering your head. When you're in the building, you can't.
Also have a reason to root for their side, but why should the average white guy, whether from Europe
Wait, what was that meme?
of whom the West is full of, also have a reason to root for their side, but why should
when I'm in line for the raw milk fountain in Agartha and I see Yaku.
Should the average white guy, whether from Europe or the US, care about and subsidize either side when his own people are slowly going extinct? It shouldn't be a cultural norm for anyone to value some other foreign group of people over their own, and it shouldn't be normal for governments to pick sides in a faraway blood feud when the country itself...
Bro, I remember seeing Donald Trump he never did this with anyone else. He didn't do this with Zelensky, with Putin, or any other world leader he met with. He pulled out a chair for Benjamin Netanyahu. That was the only leader he's ever done this for.
Is falling apart. I know theory crafting is gay, and so I won't do too much of it, but people have to realize that in a world of tribal conflicts and blood feuds, you can only survive if you value your own people first, because if you don't, you're just going to get over.
Yeah, white people are the only people to not have an in-group bias while everyone else does. Yeah. Wonder who gave the propaganda for that to happen decades ago.
Run by third worlders from a less civilized culture who do value their own, and your money is going to be stolen by a ruling elite that also values its own ethnic goals.
Alright, we'll actually put it back onto normal here.
Over anyone else's. It's a pity both sides can't lose.
Yep. That is really the case. Alrighty. This was a very fun stream. I think next week is going to be something similar. I want to cover some, I want to do some continuations of streams and also recall some, some cut segments that I wanted to do throughout the show's history. It's a very lengthy history, and I don't think I'd be able to remember all of them, the scrapped segments, but for sure, I'd be able to find some stuff that would continue certain streams that I've done in the past. I think I might be able to find some scrapped stuff. There was actually like a scrapped segment early on. I think there was another one. Might do that next week. Even in this stream, there's still some scrapped stuff, and it's mainly for time's sake. But honestly, thank y'all for coming. I think the next game that I'm going to be playing, I have a lot more free time now, even though I also really need to be searching for a job too. I have a lot more free time, so I'd be able to do another Scurvy side fill. He's coming back out from retirement. He's gonna be playing BioShock Infinite, and I'm gonna be going over just everything that's been, everything about the game. Not gonna be going over it line by line just yet. We're gonna watch American Krogan's videos for the next few weeks. After we're done playing BioShock Infinite. But it's like I already have the game in my Steam library, so why not? But anyways, I hope you guys have let's see. I'm actually gonna just take a look here on X. I hope you guys have a great rest of the night. And God bless you. Thank y'all for coming. I know it was a bit of a, maybe not the greatest ScurvyRum Show episode, but maybe to you guys. But I'm grateful that you guys showed up. I'm very happy about that. And I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Sound good? Next Wednesday.